It starts with W. It ends with day. And in the middle, it says something along the lines of Edna's Day. Wednesday, baby. Alrighty. Well, welcome in everybody to looks like we're lagging already. A good start. Hello everyone. How you doing? Edna's Day. Thank you for coming everyone. As long as my audio is coming through, honestly, I don't care if the camera's having some problems. Thank you for joining me. Good to see you on this lovely hump day. Hold on. Camera. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, folks. As I said, we are still getting absolutely f***ed over by the multi-million-dollar corporation, and we can't get our camera back yet, so I'm still using my phone as a temporary solution. But thank you for having your patience. Let me make sure, like, the rest of the stream is good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Hello! Wednesday! It's not Monday, so that's reason to cheer. Good to see you all. How are you doing today? How are you doing this week? How have you been? Was that too much energy for your morning or just enough? Have you had your bagel? You have coffee, tea, churro, donut? What's it gonna be, huh? You have eggs, bacon, sausage? How you eating? You taking care of yourself? You doing good? You packed extra underwear? Don't make me take your mom's role, okay? Take care of yourself. This is just for nerding out and streaming and stuff. I don't want to have to like make sure you guys got your groceries on the Sundays, but I hope you did. Maverick, good to see you in chat, dude. AAK, thanks for the sub, by the way, starting us off. That is a that's a power move, not gonna lie. It means a lot. Folks, it is March, okay? Let me tell you something. March is not a fun month. March is tax month. And my fellow business owners out there going through tax season, my hat's off to you. Good freaking sweet lord. Arctic Wolf, how you doing, dude? Langton Industries, Baltzen. Your favorite day of the week, Edna's Day with the W. Howdy ho. The game is even more broken in 4.0.2 for you. Well, that's gonna be fun. So much energy in that intro, the camera couldn't handle it. Dude, camera can never keep up. PK, did I see you guys were planning something for Friday? Are we about to, Vasson, are we doing something? Are we linking up? I'm gonna join you guys, okay? If you are planning something. I want to have some fun. I want to play a f***ing game, okay? I've been just looking at games for the last week. And I'd like to play one. I haven't been playing Avowed. I started my Avowed playthrough. Cool game. But I haven't really gotten to touch it in a while. So yeah. Tyrus is cooking something up? Okay. Tyrus, can we get a Tyrus in chat, please? We're overdue. What's up with the item loss? Oh, we're going to get to that, my friend. Folks, today, I really can't find a good place for this microphone. For today's episode, we will be talking about Star Citizen item loss. Tyrus. Real big, there it is, Tyrus. That's what I like to hear. This is a real big change coming to Star Citizen. Oh, excuse me. It is a multifaceted change. Yeah. And it's got its reasons for existing. So today what we're going to do is we're going to touch on this pretty large Spectrum post. Dang it. I guess I lost the whole Baltzen! Baltzen with the Where's the... Hold on. You know what I say to that?
This isn't just random squirting.
No! No!
This isn't just random squirting.
No! Baltzen's dropping 10 memberships on YouTube. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Is it too much? It's not random squirting. Yeah, he's been YouTube Santa-ing it up. Gonna have to come up with another Santa emote. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, so Star Citizen's item loss and recovery has been... Oh my gosh, this has been a contentious topic. Hold on, should just start recording this and we can cut it up later because I'm not going to get straight into everything, but I do want to at least introduce what we're about to go over in a little bit. No, Spectrum. Okay, cool. So Star Citizen has had a lot of contention surrounding hold on, we're freezing up. Man, this camera's not doing well today. What is going on? Hold on a second. Yeah, I don't even know what to do with this. It's not even... There we go. Okay. So... So the joys of using your phone as a camera means that, you know, phones die, so you have to plug it in. I just realized, though, if I plug the phone in, the actual speed that the camera feed is coming to this stream is decreased by like 1/5. It's like 300 megabits instead of 2.500 meg.
Browser so much that
On Chrome? No, I just closed them all. It should be just like 11 maybe at most. Chrome tabs on mobile. You know, every time I create a new camera feed to do this stream, it creates a new Chrome tab. So basically every single stream, we're just creating Chrome tabs to try and make this. I just want a working stream. Oh my God.
I'm gonna call them.
It's only been 6 years.
Got it. By the end of this month.
Yeah. All right, so item recovery in Star Citizen has been a very contentious topic. It's something that has, I think this is an important topic because it encapsulates, one of the biggest problems that Star Citizen has. Please, camera, just f***ing work. Oh my God. I'm gonna get so freaking angry from this. I just want to turn the camera off. I can't look at it. Okay, I'm just gonna face this way. So, Star Citizen's item recovery encapsulates a lot of the problem with Star Citizen because they have two schools of thought. You've got your school of thought over here, which is make the game, get the features done, do whatever needs to be done to make sure that Star Citizen gets finished. And then you've got your school of thought over here that is, please, we want to play the game. We just want a playable game. Just make whatever is there work because we just want to enjoy it. Stop with the little things. Stop destabilizing stuff. Stop adding new things. So up until this last year, up until server meshing, that first school of thought was really the one that was, you know, getting most of the attention. And honestly, it might not be the best thing, but it happened mainly because most of the focus was on Squadron. So they were like, hey, you know what? Just keep putting the features that we can into Star Citizen, get them in, make sure they work at a very basic level so that we can come back to them when we're ready to push for a beta and make them work better. So you see releases like ship docking or ship naming. You see releases like the inventory system and the medical system. All these different things that release, and to some extent they work, but they basically stop development. There's not really much else after that. And that's because they were very much on the whole, release a feature, move on, release a feature, move on, release a feature, move on. So what's changing now, and this was something that was kind of premeditated, I guess you could say, because of server meshing. They wanted to get the backend really into a good place, and then they wanted to start to focus on making it more of a game. Now, I think they haven't gotten the features in that they wanted to for that to happen. I think they probably wanted Vulkan to be fully functional. They wanted Gen 12 to be in a good place. They likely were hoping to have engineering in, the flight model in a better place, just things that didn't require them to still go in and like rip apart code. They probably just wanted to focus mostly on content and fixes. Unfortunately, the community's not down for that. And so the second school of thought has mainly been winning out now. Do not keep developing the game, or maybe try to a little bit on the side, but please just make the game playable. And so what they've been trying to do over the last, I guess, 3 to 4 months now is figure out what stuff is the most important to get working and what stuff can just be completely left to EPT or whatever it might be. Item recovery is one of the big ones that has to be working for that second school of thought. It's the same as insurance. It's the same as the medical system. It's the same as what's another good one? The death system. Like, these are systems that aren't glitches, but they're super crucial to the game to work correctly. So what they're doing now is they're going to give us the roadmap on how everything is going to work from now until they get to their supposed final realization of how this system will work. So first thing to realize, you're not going to be losing your stuff anymore. At least most of your stuff. You're going to be able to die with your stuff and respawn with it. And I'm going to take you through the actual detailed explanation of that. And then we will talk a little bit more about like why this is happening the way it is and how it might go from here. I'm going to switch our camera. Apparently we got a new one. In which case I will have to first go to my camera feed here. Hi. And then I'm going to have to find the webcam that we just added. And then delete my phone. There we go. Hey. Holy f***. Yes, the phone was so bad. The phone was just trash. Yeah, it overheats. It doesn't film. It's just, this is just, it's. Yeah. People will have you think that streaming is as simple as turning on a freaking video game. It's good. It's over here. Oh, we can go back to the... There we go. Yeah, you guys can see my computers now. Oh, nope. Still lagging. No, it's lagging like crazy now. What is going on? It's just, it's always something. No, it's frozen. All right, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try and figure this out. Sorry, I don't know what to do. I'm honestly, I just don't want to fucking do this anymore. There's... I couldn't tell you why. Yeah, it seems to be OBS that's having problems. Because as soon as I... No, I don't... Guys, I don't know. It's just another... It's just our computer doing something else. Yeah, we have to buy... We have to pay someone. We have to... Yes, there is. We can. We can look them up very quickly. And they can come over today. We can probably get someone here today. Let's just find someone. Yeah, let's do it. On Fiverr, we can go find it right now. Let's go do that. All right, guys. I'm just gonna have someone come to my house. I can't do this anymore. I can't fucking do this anymore. I'm so fucking sick of streaming. I just want to tell you what's happening. We're just gonna go full screen. Okay, I'm not gonna do any camera, and hopefully this works. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna read this off for you guys, and we'll talk about it as we go. I'm sorry if I'm dropping frames or if something's not happening. Xylo posted on Spectrum. He said, "Hello everyone. As we prepare for the Evocati test phase of our upcoming 4.1 patch, we'd like to introduce the iterative release plan for item recovery, a long-awaited system that gives players more control over reclaiming their valuable gear after death. At CitizenCon 2954, we shared our long-term design for crafting, insurance, and item ship or recovery. If you need a refresher, both presentations are available on YouTube and will be helpful watch before diving into this post." So we've been over this enough. You guys know this very well. I we don't have to go over it again, but maybe sometime in the future. All right, so today we want to provide a more detailed breakdown of some of the iterative releases that will start to bring these plans to life. The initial T0 rollout will be fairly basic compared to the full system, but it marks a crucial first step. As we shared at CitizenCon, the complete item recovery system will be far more robust and nuanced, making gear management to a core gameplay element. You'll be able to secure the items that matter most while still allowing room for piracy and emergent gameplay. The big things to remember from this are, with crafting, items cannot just be skins. If you lose a specific item, it's not just cosmetic. Now, we do have cosmetic skins, and for all intents and purposes, they could just make that. Well, actually, I'm not going to say that. I don't actually know what the full scope of that would be, but I imagine in terms of just the skins and paints, those are the kinds of things that like you could just rip off of the gun as somebody loots it and give back to the person who had it. So the person who killed that person still getting a gun. They're just not getting that specific skin. That's I mean, that protects your individual item without robbing people of getting loot. But that is a reason why they can't just have stuff sort of, I think the term is transmog, just kind of not be tied to the weapon itself, because sometimes the stats will make a difference now that crafting is a bigger part of the game. The other thing is there will be different tiers of insurance that will protect your items and your ability to get them back in the final version of the game. This is just their kind of first steps. This is going to be something that we get in 4.1 and probably it pains me to say, but the majority of this year, if not the whole year. When they do something like this, while they try to lay out the steps and make us excited that they're going to move forward on it, more often than not, they don't, because it's CIG. And while we're in a different period of time where they are trying to make the game more playable, and as I said, this will be a bigger focus because of that, I can't in any good confidence tell you that they're going to move on this quickly anymore. A year ago, maybe, but I don't know what CIG is going to do at this point. That being said, let's get into it. Let's see how much this pisses off people or makes them happy. With the initial rollout of item recovery in 4.1, so this is likely going to be something we start seeing pretty soon. 4.1, if it is the April, yeah, as we prepare for the Evocati test phase, yeah. So 4.1 will be our April patch, but we won't be getting everything right when it lands, as we went over in the last stream. So you're gonna respawn with the exact gear that you had equipped at the time of death. Big first statement. When you die, the stuff you had on your body will just be right back on your body. For those who weren't here prior to Persistence, prior to Alpha 3.15, when they started doing inventories, this is how Star Citizen worked. Like, it's funny because for the majority of the time we have played Star Citizen, this is how the game worked. We can go back to the release view here and look at all the different updates that have come out. From 3.1 all the way through 4.0, it wasn't until right here that we started to actually lose our stuff. Physical inventory support, adjusting shops, adding the local inventory. This was also the first time that you couldn't just grab your item from anywhere in the whole star system. Like if you owned something before 3.15 and it was on Microtech, you could just get it out of your backpack basically. After this though, they limited it so that it was just the planets that you were on. So if you were on ArcCorp, you will have all of your stuff from ArcCorp and all of your stuff from the space station around ArcCorp. And then it was, I think, around maybe 3.17 or something like that, when they were like, okay, now you don't have the stuff in your space station or the planet, it's all separated. And that's the game that we live in right now. So we're very used to losing our stuff, but this is going back to basically what it was before they started building this system. The emphasis here, though, is on the term equipped gear, as this is different than what you may have had in your inventory. This includes your equipped weapons, your armor, your magazines, your med pens, ensuring that your core loadout is retained. So the armor you have on, the weapons on that armor, all of the med pens, your tools, whatever is actively equipped on your person is going to remain on your person even when you respawn. What's in your inventory, which in your backpacks, or probably in your armor slots. I actually don't know if this would include your armor slots, but whatever's in your inventory, such as your backpack or other containers, will remain on your corpse and be able to be looted by other players. So this is a very big change to the way that Star Citizen is going to work in the short term. And it's going to mess with a lot of, well, not a lot of game loops, actually. It's going to mess with one game loop, 2 game loops, both rescue and fighting. Obviously, people won't care as much about losing their stuff, and people won't care as much about getting help from other folks, particularly getting like medical beacons would be the thing. My man AAK in the chat, there you go. Yeah, literally has the messages on chat that I would have expected. Yeah, this kind of kills your point of doing medical beacons. Doesn't kill being a medic, but people aren't really going to care too much to stay places unless they just want to save their time, which is a thing. And like, God, I wish I could just have my camera on. Camera! This is such an important thing to keep in mind, folks. People have been screaming for this change for years. Like, just one of the most requested things people have been talking about is Star Citizen doesn't respect my time. I always lose my stuff. I don't want to lose my stuff. Why doesn't this play like other games? And this was just going to go back to, again, those 2 schools of thought. Should the game be made to work as it is, or should they keep building it how it's supposed to be? Should they basically make everyone who's coming into the game now believe that they're going to be playing in a game where they won't lose their stuff, and then rip that band-aid off later to piss them off in large ways? Or should they just keep it as it is and let people lose their stuff and keep going through it right now? Yeah, this isn't a permanent change. We're going to get to the T1 and T2 representations of this, which is basically meant to show that the game is still headed in the direction it wants to go. This is just a temporary change. But I do think that this temporary change is going to bring this conversation back to the forefront of what kind of game is Star Citizen supposed to be. There are so many people joining the game over the last couple of years that want Star Citizen to change at a fundamental level. And the conversation surrounding the game has moved more and more in that direction, and I can't say that it doesn't feel like CIG is courting that, and they have to. They've got to go by their player base, and their player base is becoming more casual, and casual people are asking for more casual fixes and a more playable game right now. And these are the things that they're trying to do. But again, they're putting their money where their mouth is. All they want is for the game to work. That's what people are screaming at them. That's what they're going to do. They might not do it the best way or the way that we want, but they are trying very hard to, it seems now, do what the players have been asking for, as opposed to making the game. All right. Continuing on, while equipped items will also remain on your corpse, they will not be interactable. So they're just going to be like kind of a dead item. This will prevent item duplication while still preserving the visual state of your character at the time of death. This approach helps mitigate item duplication issues in the initial implementation while laying the groundwork for future expansions of the system in T1 and T2, which you can read more about below. It's going to be funny to see how this like glitches come about from this. Like items not being realized that they're supposed to be uninteractable and stuff. Or maybe we can just sell dead bodies with stuff on them now. All right, important notes for T0, by the way. Items stored in your inventory will not be protected and will remain on your corpse upon death, available to be looted, stolen by other players, or retrieved by you. So this is items in your backpack. Items such as magazines and med pens that you have equipped can still be looted from your corpse. However, you will also respond with these items, as duplication concerns for these types of consumables are less concerning at this stage. Okay, so ammo and med pens. So this is like they're basically just saying like multi-tools, industrial tools, gadgets, armor, and weapons can't be looted, and then everything else can be. T0 item recovery applies to all forms of responding, whether in a medbed on a ship or at your assigned landing zone. Right. To ensure that your weapon and active use is secured as an equipped item, it will automatically be stowed to your holster upon death. If you die within a landing zone, you will respond with both your equipped gear and your inventory. So that's basically the way it's always been, I think. This is to help avoid you losing items of any kind should a death outside of your control happen. With T0, you will respond with your previously equipped gear already attached to your character. All right. So moving on to T1 or T2 is where things start to make a little bit more sense. While T0 lays the groundwork and provides some assurance that your equipped items are not lost, we're already actively developing T1 and T2 implementations. These future updates will add more depth to the system, including a viable path for piracy. Now, they say they're working on it. Again, there's no way of knowing what this is going to look like time-wise. Even if they gave us a roadmap for this, there's still not really much way of knowing how this is going to play out, because we don't know what kind of problems they're going to run into here. They're avoiding adding features specifically for... Well, they're avoiding focusing on adding features specifically for the reason that they don't want to run into this problem of, hey, we're going to do T1, T2, but we can't because we just broke the game with another feature. So what happens with this when 4.1 comes out? How long does it take for them to handle the small bugs in this system? We're not sure. And until that's figured out, we might not move forward to T1. Now, T1 says it's going to introduce the ability to register your gear and ships at kiosks or ASOP terminals. So this basically, T1 is doing for our gear what ASOP terminals have already done for the ships. Now, they say you're going to register the ships. This is obviously different from what we have right now. But that idea of going to the terminal and then claiming your ship when you need to get it back is sort of like what's going to happen here with all of our items in T1. So they say your personal loadout. Players can register their equipped items, which can be reclaimed for a fee at specific kiosks or freight elevators. It's the beginning of item insurance. Ships and interiors. Ships, along with their loadouts, decorations, and locker contents, can also be registered. They can then be reclaimed in the state they were previously registered at ASOP terminals for a price. So this would be your secondary insurance. I said I wasn't going to do it, but let's go back to the 1.0 discussion where they describe this.
Boo! We'll have two main taxes: inheritance tax as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax for your base that will cover the cost of planetary shield tech. Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints, and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have Death of a Spaceman, we also need Death of a Spaceship. Losing your ship should be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed. And this is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in. First up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance, with level 1 being chassis insurance, level 2, chassis and component insurance, and level 3, chassis, component, and decorations insurance.
So that's what we're starting to see happen, and that is the end goal. What they're doing right now in 4.0 or 4.1, this is temporary. This is not the way the game is going to play. Let me think. Let me give you an example. Okay. No, that's not a good one because they just did that. Let's say, ships. Okay, so you know how like we don't have any sort of like power systems. There's just a bunch of random chairs and ships that don't work. That's not how the game's gonna work in the future. Like those chairs are there because other things are gonna work in the future that make use of those chairs. So in the same way with this, this isn't how it's gonna work. This is not permanent. T0 is not the design of the game. This is not the way it's meant to play. This is temporary. This is them trying to get the game to work in a way that works for players right now, which, you know, you can absolutely disagree with. Just keep in mind, just remember, this is not the way the game is going to work going forward forever. This is just temporary. They're just trying to make the game playable. It's still planned to have loss and loot and valued items. Now, I do think that T0 is going to be a mess because now you can just keep respawning right outside of a combat area. Have all your, we've lost the whole point of time. Everybody says Star Citizen doesn't respect your time. Now, maybe it's respecting it too much. It's brown-nosing your time a little bit. It's saying, hey, you don't have to spend any time. You can just keep respawning with the gun that was on your body and go right back into combat and get shooting. And that kind of is a bummer because part of the confidence in a game like Star Citizen is once you kill someone, you know they're not coming back right away. So yeah, temporarily, it's going to be rough. But going back to the T1 notes here, they're adding on with looting and bricked items. Once an item is looted, it remains usable until the original owner reclaims it or marks it as stolen. At that point, a dead man switch is activated, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. Going back again. Going back again to what the plan is overall. I want to make sure you guys get to hear this too. Where the freaking heck is it? Sorry, I'm looking for a specific place where he mentions. Okay, let's search the transcript. There we go. Okay. This is where they're headed in terms of that
jump
direction.
Into an unlawful system,
sorry this took so long to find.
Let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship. Okay, so first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi. This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it. You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources. Or if you have a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner.
So that's the idea behind the dead man switch, and that's what we're seeing them starting to implement here with T1. So I'm going to be honest with you. While the T0 of this is disappointing, laying out the roadmap for item recovery is just so f***ing late, and we've been listening to them talk about this for a while. I understand that people might have a knee-jerk reaction to this. It's not super pleased, but this is them communicating to us outside of the roadmap with a roadmap, and I kind of I would prefer a post like this that talks about this in depth and gives no sense of time than a couple more cards being thrown in here. Like it's basically, yeah, this is basically implementing a new system that handles medical item and vehicle insurance and associated fees. They're basically expanding on this without just like adding more and more stuff onto the roadmap. So I do appreciate that, and I'm glad that they're laying out for us more detail and more tangible milestones for the things they talked about in this incredibly important talk. Like, this is the most important presentation they've ever given on Star Citizen particularly, and I would be really annoyed if they weren't following up on some of the stuff that they had started to talk about. So I am glad that it's moving in the direction it is. It's just this temporary T0 is going to be really annoying. While a looted and or stolen bricked item is no longer usable, you can still sell them for items or credits during T1. So even if somebody does that dead man switch and claims the ship or item and you can't use it anymore and it bricks, you can still sell it, which I'm wondering how they'll get around that in terms of the insurance fraud that they're so worried about. But ultimately, this is pretty cool because this allows you to still use your insurance feature. Like, you can still get killed by something, realize you lost something, and then get back to a claim and make that sort of claim on the item. But the person who is still out there in the sandbox, still trying to get strategic items and resources, they can still benefit from the work they did to get it. Pledge items are also auto-registered and will never lose their registration status. We knew about this. This is basically that warranty. They can always be claimed back even if they were not manually registered. Cool. So you're good to go on your pledge items in T1. If they launched with T1, it would be so great. With T1, you will no longer respawn with your preserved gear already equipped. You will need to visit a location, such as a freight elevator, to reclaim your registered items. We are developing a quality of life feature to allow you to re-equip your previous full loadout with one auto-equip button at this location. I think they're going to do this at lockers too. I think it would be a bad call for them to not have this function at lockers. You should be able to save previous loadouts. Not with new stuff, but if you have a loadout that you saved on your ship's suit locker, you should absolutely be able to one button equip it to get outside. This is also something they've talked about, and this is where I come from kind of back towards the beginning of this video, that we've listened to them talk about this stuff quite a bit. And you can go back to the second video they released about the new hangars. Here we go. Where they described how they wanted to have this system work. Let you in on it a little bit here.
Another big thing that we're working on is unique item recovery. This is something that the fans have been asking for a long time, and we're hoping that it's really going to finally resolve this problem of losing items or losing items mid-mission.
It looks like a simple subject, but there's a lot of little things to think about, like people buying some gear, giving to their friend and claiming it back. What happens to the version that was given to their friends, or even like if your body gets looted by somebody, how do we want to kind of cope with that?
So one of the ideas that we have running right now is that you would have a lost and found within your hab. So if you're playing, your mission crashes, you lose your progress, but you can go back to your hab, restart that mission, grab that item, and continue on where you left off. And we're really hoping to apply this to subscriber items and other unique items as well.
I think
Okay, that's a change right there, and I actually see Zero State in chat did point that out. This is something that's focused on all items in the game, whereas before it used to be really focused on subscriber items or the items that people owned. And I do think, again, that this is something that they've changed between September of 2023 and now, because we are dealing with a different group of players who are asking for different support in Star Citizen and an easier, like, This is probably partially on Star Citizen, on CIG, and partially on the community, but it feels like a knee-jerk reaction to a knee-jerk reaction of people jumping into an unfinished Star Citizen and being very unhappy with the state of how things work and making a lot of noise about that in many different ways, to the point where I think CIG is not doing the best at singling out what the actual problems that what they're talking about are. And so now CIG is kind of knee-jerk reacting and being like, okay, we're gonna make sure that you guys get what you want. We want, yes, have it all. Don't hurt anymore. Don't have problems anymore. Play Star Citizen and do everything you possibly can. They've given us hundreds of millions of dollars in payouts for missions. They have shifted over to, we're just going to try and focus on bug fixes and not really features as much. And we're going to make all items recover. And I wouldn't be surprised if they changed up some of the respawn mechanics this year. I think that they've basically just run down. They've kicked the can so far down the alley that now they're trying to, I guess, I don't know. Again, we'll see how this goes. I just feel like this is all because of the way that the communication works in this game, and now these changes are coming in to make big sweeping changes that a lot of people don't like, but a lot of people also do. A lot of people are really into this. All I can say is let's see how it plays out. I think until this happens in game, we're all just speculating. It's a new alley.
I think in the long run, we have a lot of plans. Just really trying to build out a feature set that can incorporate a lot of different ships, that can incorporate your teams, that allows you to be more in control and allows you to try to find the best ways that work for you and your group. And right now, that's the main thing we're working on.
Our universe is big. We're going to keep building more systems, more planets, and we really want to find a way to make that exciting. We want to have you take goods from one planet to the other, explore places that you haven't seen, loading up, organizing all of your gear, all of your equipment, having it snapped to a grid, keeping everything safe. And it's a huge part of Star Citizen and where we want to go with the game.
That is a summary of that we're working towards for physicalized cargo. Now, this is going to be an ongoing process, starting with the first set of changes coming out.
So they also talked about a kiosk, and they mentioned that here it's in the freight thing. I do think that this should probably be the kiosk you have to go to for this stuff. Probably shouldn't be in your own personal storage. Like, it should be somewhere that's harder to get to. Yeah, I do understand that this is going to have a bigger effect on PvP than anything else. But I think we do too much splitting PvP and PvE when in general the game is just supposed to work as a overall function, and leaning in one way or the other, either PvE or PvP, seems to sort of skew the way the game works. It's not like making a change to limit PvP only affects PvP. It affects the way that people encounter locations. And I think that goes back to the conversation that we were having about, or actually, that's not a conversation we were having. That's something I pulled up here. Will Star Citizen be solo for all players? I think this is also a conversation that, alongside PvP and PvE, is not really the conversation to have, because you can do things solo, and you can do things group, and you can do things that are meant to be done as a group solo, and you can do things that are meant to be done solo as a group, and it really just kind of depends on what you're doing. And these kind of conversations are popping up a lot in Star Citizen, I guess mainly because CIG just did not do a good job of explaining what the game was going to be. They just changed too much. Or rather, they didn't do their 1.0 talk early enough. Oop, not this one. The other one. The other one we watched. All right. Tier 2. How is it going to change after this sort of halfway insurance solution? Tier 2 is going to introduce a way to restore previously bricked items for a price. So you're going to be able to get back the stuff that you stole from somebody else, even after they've claimed it. It says looting and bricked items will be able to be sold, dismantled, or crafted, or used for crafting. Able to be sold, dismantled for crafting items, or restored, with the potential cost of crafting materials and credits, of course, to make it your own. So there will be ways to get it back for a cost. This system creates a viable path for piracy, allowing you to claim another player's belongings if you take the necessary steps to legitimize ownership. It also said if an item had a cosmetic applied, restoring it will remove the cosmetic in the process. Okay, see, that's what we were talking about with the skins. The introduction of item recovery is a significant step toward making gear persistence more meaningful while maintaining the risk-reward balance of looting. T0 in Alpha 4.1 is just the beginning, and as we further integrate into the broader crafting and insurance systems, we'd be actively refining and updating with the help of your feedback throughout the PTU process. They're going to get so much feedback. The thing that I think this is most affecting is insurance and how we understand insurance working, and crafting. I need to think about how this affects crafting, and I'm thinking from the T2 perspective here, not these earlier ones. They never really specified how they want their They never really specified how they want their how they want their new insurance to work. Sorry, I completely lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, guys. I completely forgot what I was saying. They never really specified how they were gonna. Nope. I'm sorry. Screw that thought. Okay. Either way, man, I'm so thrown off. This stream is just not working out for me. Okay, I remember. They never really specified how the crafting was going to affect the economy. If they were going to actually move from a 10% player run economy, because they used to do this whole, we're going to have 90% of the game actually run itself. We're going to have the economy regulate itself. It's going to be AI that are mostly making things work. And then our players are going to make up 10% or however much of the economy is left over. This was partially to make sure that players weren't like being asked to do a mission and then no players would be around, so somebody would just be left stranded forever, and instead an AI could show up and take that place. But this was also so that players couldn't do something that completely wrecks the economy in an area and the game can't recover from that. So we don't know if they wanted to change that. They've talked more about it being more player focused since CitizenCon, but I don't know how much. And if it's, depending on how player focused they want it to be, this could really affect crafting and how much people care about replenishing supplies and getting those unique crafted goods. Because if you can just keep getting them back and claiming them, that changes things. But I do think that we're going to see some complications here when it comes to crafted stuff. Why would you craft anything if you can just kill yourself and get a new one? Well, I think because of the fee, right? So that's where I'm thinking they might want to complicate things, where they talk about getting things back for the cost of the crafting or for the fee that it is. That would be different. If you have to pay in the materials of everything you use to craft that item to get it back, then that would make it so that you could get stuff back, but you still have to, do the work to get it. And I think that's what they talked about with ships, right? With ships that weren't under warranty. They already talked about how gear will degrade over time. They did. Yeah, you will have to replace it as stuff breaks down and gets messed up over time. That's a good point. Yeah, looking at it over the long term is, I mean, that's like T2 is what's important here. It's trying to figure out the whole reason they're doing this is what we talked about throughout this entire video. They are trying to make the game work. That's all they want to do. Like they just tired of getting yelled at for the game being broken. So now they just want to put whatever they can in to make sure that people are as least angry as possible. And right now, the people who are most angry are those who are losing their stuff. So they're trying to fix that. But this is what really matters. T2 is where we should be putting our brain power and our understanding and our criticism of whether this system is going to be able to drive the game long term or not. That's the most important thing. When we finally are playing Star Citizen 1.0, it can't be some kind of half-made thing that just rolled over from the alpha. It's got to be the game that they've always talked about it being. How much of a fee are we talking? No clue. Not a clue at all. I would assume it's going to be equivalent to the cost of the item in that location or the materials needed to craft it. T2 does sound years away. I'm not saying it's close. I'm just saying T2 is what they finally should be headed towards. Just want to play the game and experience it without spending hours gearing up. That's what they're answering to. If there's no point for crafters or traders in this game anymore. What? It is necessary and urgent for it to give a solution, but not T0, please. Somebody asked earlier, by the way, why I thought they were done doing T0 stuff. That was for the core gameplay team. So that was like the interaction system, the FPS experience stuff, the inventory and medical stuff. What you're talking about is a lack of gameplay. No. You like hold on. Let me finish this up, this review. So I think we did a decent job of reviewing this. I was all over the place, to be honest, guys. I'm really sorry. I still want to put this out just for the communication and the information and like some of the insight and chat and all that. But my head is not in it today, and this stream being the problem that it is and everything, I think it's just messing me up. So I hope you got good info from this. T2 isn't that hard to institute. It's just a matter of adding flags. Well, we need cloth tech first for flags. What T2 has CIG ever got to? A few things. Nothing that's been fast, but like mining has definitely moved past their T1. I think their interaction system. It also depends on what you consider T0. Like a lot of their stuff came in T0 for 3.0. So as it got upgraded through the 3.x cycle of updates, I consider the move to T1. Just like taking WoW's loot system without WoW's gear treadmill. I'm on dual PC right now. I'm on dual PC and it's not a bad PC, to be honest. I don't know why my encoder is overloaded. Yeah, I'm running an i7 10700K, and it's completely freezing. It's dropping frames. It's overloading the encoder. I don't know. So we're just gonna have to. I want to say we're gonna have to call someone to bring them here to do this, but we don't even. I don't know. Thank you everybody for the hype train, by the way, during this stream on Twitch. It means a lot. Taryn, thank you for the bits. I really appreciate it. As you guys can see, we are trying to build this stream up equipment-wise, support-wise, and you're making it possible with that. Thank you so much, Taryn. If items carry wear and tear over when claimed, you could see it being okay. But if you just die and reclaim your gear at 100%, that's what people will always do. But what if it costs as much money or as much crafting materials to get it back when you claim it? It'd basically be the equivalent of having... They're kind of saying you can rebuy anything you lost. And you can rebuy it either through its money cost or its crafting material cost. It would have to cost way more. So there'd need to be a penalty added to it. See, this is an argument a lot of people have been making over the last couple of years that I'd love to hear your response to. Many people have said that Star Citizen is trying to do too much when it comes to things like reputation or item loss or ship loss. They say that the time that you've spent to get to that place and then the time you lost from dying is the only consequence that a game needs. You should still be able to keep your stuff because it's just the time that felt like it was taken away from you. I've seen this multiple times on YouTube comments. I've seen this in the subreddit. I've seen this on Spectrum. This has been not an uncommon viewpoint from people. I'd love to hear what you guys think, because it does sound like you are saying there should be more cost for dying. But when you bring up things like Death of a Spaceman, where there's consequences for death, people are very against it. If you're not interested in crafting, you'll never buy from a crafting player. But crafting, the items that crafting players make will have better stats. Maybe if you get the base level item when you reclaim it, you'd rather lose less time and lose more resources. Time penalty on your gear, so you can't hop right back in. Let's assume the game launches and never wipes again. How much time cost then? I mean, that would be big time costs for any of the stuff you're doing. No more cost. Time is the biggest cost. So Nemo, you're saying you don't want to lose things when you die? If you're not interested in PvP, should you have to PvP? Probably. I'm not gonna say you should have to PvP, but it'll still be there. I mean, it might happen. I think that just like if you're not into inventory management, you kind of still have to deal with it. It's part of the game, but I think you can avoid it. If they just made the suit lockers that are in so many ships work getting going faster, that would be a huge quality of life improvement. It really would. Yeah. As an industrial player interacting with PvP, PvP players should also have to interact with industry. I agree. But industry, like PvP and industry can be the same thing. You can literally be doing mining against another player. You guys can be competing for the same minerals and trying to mine the same rocks. That's PvP. Hey, Nemo, thank you for the membership on YouTube. It really goes a long way, man. Appreciate you. Losing stuff to PvP or dying because you flew into an asteroid is legit loss. Losing all your stuff because the game flew you into a planet, it's not okay. This is true. Yeah, I hope the suit lockers come with T2. I think it would make a ton of sense. It would be very, very fitting. I hope that by the time we see T2, we're seeing insurance, we're seeing suit lockers. Like, I don't expect T2 to be in the game before crafting and base building. There's a lot kind of tied up in here in the talk that makes me think this is after crafting, which is probably not a hot take. Don't understand the people upset about crafting being ruined. Won't the last year of insurance require crafting? T0 is just to get us recovery of our rare items. Yeah, I think overall, unless you are paying insurance on items, then you'll have to upgrade your item to get it back to the stats it had, but they don't mention that here. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not sure why they don't mention the idea that like anything about the stats or the tier of item or anything like that. When they talked about it during Star Citizen 1.0, they did mention, I think, that you're not going to get back.
It's our main story.
Cooling and restocking need to have value. Will have massive inflation. And this is where taxes and...
What will you craft after a few weeks when you have crafted the best weapons or gear? You will not need to interact with crafting anymore. You'll need to upgrade weapons. You'll need to fix your stuff because of wear and tear. I'm assuming you're going to be base building, so like doing that. And like part of crafting is also selling to other people. But if we have weapons that don't, and again, I think this depends on the stats of the weapons. If we have weapons that are responding with other stats, then crafted weapons will be completely different. And they've tried to emphasize that the weapons that you get in game that are crafted are going to be the best weapons you could possibly have. So
It's our main story.
what they need to do is
Let's
make
talk more
sure
about
that you're not getting back those weapons when you claim them exactly. You're getting them back at base level. Let's go back to what he said about this.
Where taxes and insurance come in. Insurance on the and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have death of a spaceman, we also need death of a spaceship. Losing your percent is where, first up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance, with level 1 being chassis insurance.
No, see, this doesn't quite do it.
Insurance with a
Here we go.
warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store need decorations insurance. Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance...
Okay. So that's not what we're talking about here.
I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had.
Okay. So they're not talking about warranty and insurance here, but I do feel like whatever we're seeing here is somewhere in between these two. Because I do think that in order to maintain the flow of items, they're going to have to strip the stats off of whatever it is you claim. So you just get back that base version, but it doesn't say that here. We'll have to see. And you can see this conversation play out, like I said here. Full aspects of full loot are gone. How is this supposed to work? And then somebody replied, with totally down for this, Thank you for listening to your actual players. And then they said, define actual players. And this person said, people who are trying to enjoy the game without worrying about incredibly frustrating BS. There it is. There it is for you guys. This single sentence encapsulates why this is happening. Because some people really want to enjoy the game as it is right now. And some people want to see the game be made for what it was originally sold. And they've taken enough time now that those two clashes both have merit, and now CIG's trying to navigate it. But whole spectrum of reactions to this. Talking when you're about at max upgrade. Yeah, I think if you're losing those tiers and you're losing the status of the weapon or armor that you're looting or you're claiming, then there's still reason to craft it afterward. We'll probably do a Q&A on this. They probably need to host a Q&A on this. Well, that's that. Why don't we hop in the game and see how it actually is playing? If my computers can handle the game today, I don't know if they even work. How can people make money crafting and selling stuff if people never lose anything? If I create a unique item, will you buy it for me to give it back to the player who died? Or maybe we're supposed to sell our stuff to NPCs. You will lose items through damage and wear and tear systems. Items will either become unusable and in need of replacement, or you need to get the item repaired and renewed. I'm really thinking that the stats are going to need to help. I don't think that wear and tear will do enough to make us replace our items constantly. Both are fair points of view, just got to deal with the occupation hazards. Yeah, both are fair points of view. It's CIG's fault that they're both fair points of view now. This wouldn't be the case if they weren't advertising the game as playable now and super good looking for the last 2 years, but at this point they've got to back up what they've been saying and make it playable now. You were sold a game that wasn't going to have stats on your character and gear. That was a pill to swallow. This is just another change. I don't think there was ever the statement that there wouldn't be stats on gear. I know there wasn't going to be stats on characters, but I'm pretty sure the whole point of this game was that gear was going to define progression. You would get different components and ship items and weapons and stuff that had different stats that determined your... I guess that was always stats of items, though, not stats within item within the item itself. You're right. There weren't going to be differentiating stats between one P8 SMG and another. To quote yourself from your post, does it really matter having a crime stat and being killed in a lawful jurisdiction gave us our gear back? This same system is now simply extended to all, making things more equitable. Equity. All right. They will kill medical gameplay and looting PvP? Nonsense, this doesn't kill medical gameplay. This kills medical beacons, but it does not kill medical gameplay overall. There's still tons of reason to have a medic with you while you're running missions. Like, a lot of people don't want to restart when their friends are still out there having a good time. When was the Endeavor concepted? Like 2013? No more looting registered items. Hey, update my game, dang it. It doesn't kill beacons? Okay. I don't know. I think it greatly hampers them then. As annoying as it is, there is no other game that gives you the same vibe. So you're riding till the wheels fall off. That's why a lot of people stick around. If there was another game that gave the same vibes, Star Citizen would be in trouble, but it's hard to do. Time to return to where you died is still a big reason to use a beacon. There are reasons to use beacons. I think this definitely hurts though. All right, what's the most fun thing to do in Star Citizen right now? I want to get in there and see how this is actually getting, well, this doesn't even matter. Let's go see how 4.0.2 is performing. I haven't actually played in almost a week. Are the beacons even working? I don't think medical beacons, they're working. I see them. I don't know what the status is though, because I never try. Happy Wednesday, Tygon. Oh, I'm gonna go troll avocado. No doubt. No doubt. What are you guys doing? Anything in game right now? Are you guys mining or something? Doing that salvage? No. We've got a fight for pyro session going on. Okay. Seems pretty smooth. I'm not falling through anything yet. B-roll recordings, I guess. I don't even think I can record B-roll, dude. I don't know what's going on with OBS or this computer. Can anybody in chat just like fly out here and build the computer for me? I don't want to ever build a computer again. I don't want anything to do with computers anymore. I used to be super passionate about them and technology, but I honestly, I hate it now. I don't like computers at all. I just want to use them and have them work, and I don't want anything to do with them anymore. I don't want to build them. I don't want to customize them. I don't want to buy parts for them. I don't even want to install their f***ing software. I'm so done with computers.
Shuttle will be departing.
I can go. Computers are some of the worst freaking things we've ever invented. God. All right. But at least they let me play games sometimes. I actually don't know if it's going to let me play the game. The game seems to be running pretty well, actually. Confirmed console player? I wish, dude. I've built 17 computers over the last 12 years. I am not a console player. You can buy pre-builds from websites. No, it'll break. I need to watch the person put it together. What a crazy thing to say. I'm sorry. I'm in my feels. I'm very, very, very tired of computers. Granted, it's not like You know, it's not their fault. I'm just not good at them. I don't think I will be. We'll still break.
Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Yeah, beep boop. Hey, don't get me started on our laptop. I love our laptop. I got it because it's like a really nice form factor, and it had some pretty good specs. And it is an Asus, and I like Asus. Unfortunately, the computer hasn't really been able to do much.
Skyway shuttle service. More flights means less worries.
But how about this? The computer that I have right now has some of the best parts I've ever seen. Okay, I don't want to be completely negative, all right? Maybe I'm being too mean. It's incredible what they do to make these computers, and I'm pretty proud of like our ability to do what we couldn't do 10 years ago. I'm just not great at them, I guess.
From the Empire-class cocktails to the breathtaking views.
Been boycotting Asus since the ROG drama. Well, yeah, somebody told me that might also be my problem. I have an Asus laptop and an Asus GPU, and I was told that Asus GPUs can
vehicle retrieval system.
Cause problems, and that might be what's going on, but I don't know. Yeah, Windows actually has been a problem too.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
You fully understand. You still have a 7700 and you're afraid to build a new one, hearing about one disaster after another with new CPUs and GPUs. I mean, I'm guessing the problem is me. There are plenty of people who have working computers. I'm just talking in anger, and I don't need to. I have switched the encoder, yeah. Have you taken everything apart, laid it out, and just kind of started over adding things one by one? I did that when we moved in with my gaming PC, but it didn't seem to have any effect. So I took apart the motherboard, I took all the wiring out, I took out the GPU, took out the RAM, took out the CPU, took off the CPU cooler, and then reinstalled it all into the case. But it still has the same problem with the audio. I'm not on Windows 11. I'm on Windows 10. Oh, what the? Oh, this isn't my home. There is a lot of drama happening with new generation cards and CPUs. Well, it would be great to possibly know it's not me, but I don't know. We do need an OS that's not Windows. Oh my god! That would be great. That would be one of the best things that could happen to the world. But that'd be crazy. Like, imagine how much work it would take for governments to accept another operating system that wasn't Windows. And then on top of that, how much money Microsoft could just send to them to convince them otherwise. Oh, I have to go all the way back to the store. Does anybody know if there's good equipment at Seraphim Station?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Okay, I'm gonna have to fly up to Seraphim.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following. Please visit.
Yeah, I wish the thing is, no operating system is going to challenge Windows until they can run all of the programs. And nobody wants to like do a whole bunch of weird stuff. Like I'm saying, folks, I can't even get Windows to run correctly, okay? I'm not going to try and do another operating system where things don't work. And try to make that happen. In Germany, many agencies are dumping Windows and using Linux. Well, that's impressive. Toes. TD Tap with the toes. Thanks for the sub, mate. 7 months on. Good evening to you. How's your Wednesday going? I feel like Steam, in order for SteamOS to actually be a competitor in any way to Windows, they're going to have to expand. That company's pretty small.
Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking.
Getting in on the gold rush with priority missions. I will see if I can do any here in Stanton, I guess. I'm not really sure what the options are.
Engines on. Quantum fuel 100%. Launch complete. Landing gear up.
Steam is not all that small. I mean, isn't Valve a pretty small company for what they do? As a company that runs a storefront, an operating system, a game console, and publishes games, I feel like that company should at least be over 1,000 people. Everywhere seems to be out of copper. I wonder why.
Shields off.
You think Steam forced Valve to grow? I bet. Steam was their biggest success, right? It can't not be their biggest. That has to be their biggest success. They had 79 employees in 2021. Oh, dude. They're tiny. Planets have copper in abundance. I could do some mining.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
331. All right, Google. Giving us two different numbers now? Okay, so it was 79 working on Steam. I mean, it's still tiny for as a 330 some person company. Valve is still pretty freaking small. be honest, I would want to see Steam, I'd want to see Arena Commander on Steam. I think if CIG should feel the freedom to go as deep into the idea of what they want Star Citizen to be as they can. And in order to do that, they need to give themselves some breathing space and launch Arena. Well, first, they need to put all kinds of gameplay into Arena Commander. I think I might make a freaking video about this, to be honest. I'm so tired of saying this out loud. I really just want them to come out and say they're going to do this. And maybe there are good reasons not to. So I'm going to use you as my focus group. I think that what they need to do is move all types of gameplay into Arena Commander, including mining, salvage, FPS, ship combat, medical gameplay, everything. They need to get NPCs into Arena Commander working in a way that allows you to experience those types of gameplay, either by shipping stuff with cargo or whatever it might be. And then they need to launch Arena Commander on Steam. Then, do whatever the you want with Star Citizen. Make it the hardcore, cool space sim MMO you want, and allow people to go into Arena Commander and play in their own private servers with no PvP and all of the free time and unlimited items that they could possibly want in, you know, whatever closed spaces they were able to build off of the PU. And I know that's just making them create a whole nother game, but like clearly they are really struggling with sticking to what they want to do in the face of a lot of calls to make things work a different way. Yeah, mining, salvage, all of them, everything. Because you know what else that does? That means that they don't have to keep answering to this whole idea of private servers that they'd said in the Kickstarter. The promise of private servers for Star Citizen was for a game that just did not act like this one. And they could easily get rid of that. Just making little closed courses. You already have it. Like, you can already go into these free fly arenas and then land your ship and walk around. Why aren't there just FPS mineral nodes down there when you land? Ranked Arena Commander? Isn't it ranked? Or there's not a matchmaking service, huh? Aye. If you follow that down a long enough path, it would almost have to split off AC for a different dev group. And you know what? I'm not saying that that's what they should do right now, but in the long term, that could make them so much money. CIG is a publisher, okay? That's like, technically RSI is the publisher, but this company is taking the role of a publisher. They're expanding as a big freaking company. And I'm not trying to advocate for them to just start making multiple games. But in the long term, I'm talking 5-10 years from now, when Star Citizen and Squadron 42 are on the RSI launcher and they're trying to get people to play it, how great would it be to have this potentially free-to-play, fully featured space, like closed course space simulator where you can get into arena-based gunfights, you can dogfight like in Star Wars Squadrons, you can join into some mining like you would in, I don't know, some other game, you can salvage like maybe you would in Hard Space. And it's not as deep as in those games, but it's still the experience you're looking for. And you can do that with your friends in an environment where you can unlock cosmetics and have different guns and stuff. And I don't know, hey, maybe they even throw in a couple extra rewards you can get in Arena Commander that unlocks stuff for you in the PU. Like, if they could develop that in parallel with everything else they're doing, they would have, so I think at least, they would have a much wider player base to pull from. And cosmetics in Arena Commander can make you some good money. Them kids, they like cosmetics. You're sold. Thanks, man. I'm basically Chris Roberts in 2012. Just give me money and I'll make it happen.
Hi, welcome.
Hey, can you shut up, sir? Thanks. I don't know if I actually need any of this stuff. I'm just getting it just in case. I didn't even get the money for that. Guess I'll just go with the P8.
Hi, thanks for coming in.
The mining and salvage still doesn't make sense beyond satisfying the private server folks. I don't know what to tell you, man. It all makes sense to me. Playing things in closed spaces is fun. I mean, I guess maybe that's the private server folks you're talking about, in which case then yes, that's the whole point. My whole point for this is to allow people to play it outside of the PU. What you got here? You got any true death? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Got any more of that true death on the legs? Oh, nice. No core armor? Oh. Cool, cool, cool. Sorry. And, how do the backpacks look here? What kind of selection do we got? What's this component's power signatures post? Oh, did they do it? Is it out? Crap. Am I going to have to cut our gameplay short so we can go over that? Oh, I am. I am indeed. All right. Well, we are here. So if we do have time at the end of this, we'll come back in here and we will do some playing. But for now, we got a new post to go over. Gosh, it's very weird because it's like there's not a lot of news happening, but there are things happening. Okay. So as you all know, as we went over in this week in Star Citizen, there is a update coming out to show more ship customization, components, power signatures, and stuff. This video I'm recording on my streaming PC, but my camera won't work. And it looks like I'm dropping a lot of frames on OBS, so this video might not be as good as I am wanting it to be. Apologize to anybody who's watching this and it's laggy, but I think the less I move the screen, the better we are. So anyways, here is a ship owner guide that they have released in order to allow people to learn more about what you can do to customize your ship. This is, I think, part of the push to make the game feel like it's more playable, more like something you can care about that matters over time. For a lot of people, this won't matter because we still lose our items somewhat regularly, though I don't think they're going to be trying to do wipes much anymore. Ultimately, I think this is going to be very good just for getting people on board with how ships work. Most people in the game right now only know what they see in game, and the game doesn't tell you much. So what we're going to do is go through this, and hopefully it'll give you a little bit more insight into how ships and components and stuff works. All right, first up, have you ever wondered how decisions impact your ship's performance? What makes a component better than another? And how different manufacturers set themselves apart? Welcome to our Ship Owner's Guide, your go-to source for understanding the mechanics of power, heat, and signature. With this knowledge, you'll gain full control over your ship's efficiency and performance, making every flight smoother and every battle more strategic. Since the introduction and continuous development of the resource network, Star Citizen allows engineers to control power Unfortunately, it hasn't, I guess, introduced to us in videos. It allows engineers to control power distribution to individual ship components from their vehicle's energy pools. This feature will be refined and fine-tuned in future updates and will play an increasingly significant role. Let's take a detailed look at the properties of components as well as mechanics of power, heat, and signature. The important thing to note here is that this is a step into a game that many people think is going to force you into multi-crew. It will not. This isn't going to be constantly nagging you. This is meant to allow for player agency and choice, allowing you to pick components and pick the way your ship works so that it fits your gameplay style. Yes, of course, there will be deterrence from doing certain things with your ship, and this system will be the way of showing you those deterrents and making you pay for them. But ultimately, this is something that they're trying to use to help build into the game, a system that was introduced in 2013 and has been discussed quite a bit since then. That being said, this is just so important, and I'm glad that we're starting to see stuff like this. It could be in the game, it could, but as long as this is linked in the launcher or just there's some way easy for people to access this is really good info that they desperately need to be getting in front of people. All right, component properties. Component properties are determined by a variety of ratings tied to key parameters: type, class, grade, and size. These parameters not only define a component's role within a vehicle, but also influence critical factors, such as its health, durability, weight, and power consumption. The manufacturer also has a small influence on the performance of a component through its unique style. That is very cool. The style subtly affects the final properties of the component, making your choice of manufacturer relevant not only for cosmetic and lore reasons, but also for stats. This will probably also come up with crafting. Each parameter plays a vital role in shaping the performance and efficiency of your ship. Let's break them down in detail to better understand their impact on your gameplay. So, the type of your component. Component type defines its primary function by describing its actions and resources it consumes, produces, or stores. This is the foundation of the component's role within your ship's systems. Most components are further categorized by their class, manufacturer, grade, and size, and they have exceptions like fuel tanks, quantum tanks, and thrusters or engines. To help visualize this, think of a type as the high-level category of an FPS gear item. It determines whether something functions as a piece of armor, a weapon, or a backpack. In the same way, type establishes a component's overall purpose in your ship. So as an engineer, these are all the things that you may or may not have to track in your ship. From the very beginning, in fact, we could go all the way back to Star Citizen Engineering Design Doc. Yeah, this one. All the way back in 2013, they demonstrated ships as combinations of parts. What makes up a ship? You've got the hull, the power plant, avionics, afterburners, shield generators, intake, fuel tank, thrusters, weapons. Besides the fuel tanks, which were mentioned here, you also have your battery, your cooler, gravity generator, jump drive, life support, power plant, quantum drive, radar, shields, thrusters. So a lot of the stuff that's here is included, but obviously they had to build in more things that actually ran the components that are here. But you can see this is just all part of how this was supposed to work, and they've taken a long time of regurgitating, I think, this document into something that fits the actual game. But I think that's kind of what they're doing here. This is engineering. So first one is our battery. Pinned for future release, it says, but we can know just from how they have worked engineering, we know that batteries are meant to take over from your power supply. Yeah, I always do this, I'm sorry. Okay. We know that your battery will take over from your power supply whenever you disconnect. Oh, I don't think this is the right one. Sorry.
It's our main story.
Your battery is basically something that can allow your ship to run even if you lose your power supply, even if you get if your power supply goes offline. If somebody does something to your power, you can still use a battery to fulfill most of the responsibilities of your ship. But if this isn't telling of how far along they are on this, then I don't know what is. Good Lord. Okay, the cooler. A cooler is a critical ship component that manages heat generated by other systems. It produces coolant, which is distributed to powered components to prevent overheating and ensure smooth operation. Each unit of power assigned to a component directly translates to a unit of coolant required to cool it down. Each cooler has a specific maximum coolant output, determining its ability to support different loadouts. Proper cooler selection ensures efficient heat management based on your ship's power consumption. So you will have, if you go to your engineering screen that we know of now, you've got these like chunks of power that you can assign. Are you freaking kidding me? Okay. So in this screen, you've got these little chunks of power down here. Each of these chunks of power is basically a chunk of coolant. And your cooler is going to have a certain amount of chunks that you can put towards each component. So you're going to have to balance both your power and your coolant when you're running components across your ship. This is based around the pipe system, which is what they were introducing with the resource network and engineering originally. And you could see that they had different pipes. They had your main power pipe, your heat pipe, which is where the coolant is, your info pipe, which is going to be where your data is. That's where we get into hacking. It's when we'll get into data as a commodity. We haven't really touched on that as much yet in the actual game. And your avionics pipe, which I'm assuming is going to be where your AI blades are. Battery power is down here. But you can get a very good idea of how this was always meant to play out. Again, this infographic is like 12 years old. They're just trying to fulfill that system that they started to set up back then. Coolers don't work how they're supposed to, so like you can ignore this for now. Hydrogen fuel tank. Oh, also, that's the kind of stuff, like this is the sort of thing that means don't just look at a ship when it releases and be like, oh, it's got these many guns and it costs this much money. It doesn't matter. They're going to use this system to make ships fit their role. If you saw a ship come out and you were like, oh, it's so overpowered, they're gonna nerf it, and then it gets nerfed and you're like, hey, nobody is ever gonna be able to use this ship ever again. Get past that line of thought. It's not how it's gonna be. This kind of stuff, the armor system, fuel scarcity, repair costs, there's so many things that are gonna change how valuable certain ships are. So just like keep these kinds of things in mind when you're looking at the ships you're looking at. Hydrogen fuel tank. This is going to hold your hydrogen fuel. Holy shit, I can't believe it. Which is the default fuel type for most spacecraft. Hydrogen fuel, a colorless and odorless substance, powers conventional engines during non-quantum flight. It is essential for standard propulsion and maneuvering, making the fuel tank a fundamental component of any spacecraft's operation. Proper fuel management ensures your ship remains operational during atmospheric and non-quantum travel, emphasizing its critical role in both short and long distance missions. They did not mention here that some ships can scoop hydrogen fuel. Okay. Coolers do function right now? Well, yeah, they're a net negative. They only mess with you. They don't help you in any way right now. Gravity generator. Planned for future release. You can see these in quite a few ships though. Gravity generators produce gravity. Hey, a resource consumed by rooms to create and maintain a gravity field within their boundaries. This ensures that areas of the ship have functional gravity for crew movement and operations. Proper maintenance and management of gravity generators is essential for maintaining consistent gravity fields across the ship's interior, supporting both comfort and safety for your crew during missions. Gravity's much bigger than we all think of it right now. I've got interesting questions around it, like what happens to the 890 jumps pool when you turn gravity off, but we'll get to that eventually. Gravity is big because, for starters, it does sound like they're going to treat it the same way as coolant, as a resource that gets consumed by each room. So I'm guessing there's going to be a quantifiable way for gravity to be understood, and we'll be able to turn it off room by room to save that resource as we need, or turn it off and on. Now, gravity is interesting because, for instance, you guys saw when I was playing, I think it was Save Stanton, maybe? No. I was playing the Blockade Runner event, and we were trying to get a big box into the back of somebody's Corsair, and we couldn't because I only had a multi-tool. And so every time I tried to move the box from space into the Corsair, it dropped too quickly and I couldn't get it all the way into the ship. That would be a situation in which you could turn off the gravity and you'd be much better off. What I'm wondering though is how this will affect in atmosphere. Is gravity going to always be overcoming the gravity of the planet? Is gravity something like, if it is overcoming the gravity of the planet, will that make it take more power? How does that kind of stuff work? It's an interesting component, but again, it is just another part of this system that they're building in to try and make your ship a living, breathing item that is not just for transportation. This is such a big part of the game they're introducing here. Here is just the early debugging view of them playing with gravity. So that is a look at how the gravity is going to work. I know, very surprising. You're just constantly in confusion guessing about how could a gravity generator possibly work. It's also good to remember all of this stuff's going to be hackable. When hacking comes into the game, all of these connecting into this pipe system is the whole point. You're going to hack in so you can control this kind of stuff. You can turn off the gravity in your enemy's ship. You can turn their cooler off, or you can take their battery offline. That kind of stuff is where eWar starts to come in. Next one is the jump drive. A quantum drive can be upgraded with a jump module, transforming it into a jump drive that enables interstellar travel through interspace. This feature allows ships to traverse jump tunnels, naturally occurring wormholes in space-time that facilitate superluminal travel across vast distances. Jump drives are essential for accessing these tunnels, opening opportunities for exploration, trade, and missions in distant systems. Okay. Not much to say about that. Life support, there is a lot to say here though. Planned for a future release, a life support generator is a critical ship component that produces life support, a resource consumed by rooms to maintain a habitable environment. That statement, consumed by rooms, is where I keep getting this whole idea that they're going to have these things in blocks. Because when you go back to where they showed us this the first time, you can see that there's a whole room system.
This will also allow you to have a more control over which door or compartment.
So you can see you've got your life support up here and your scrubbers. These are going to be your resource that needs to be fulfilled in your life support generator. So you'll have to probably craft these or buy them, put them in your generator, and you'll get a reviving of time. This time will likely decrease or increase based on how many rooms are plugged into the system, and you'll be able to just scroll around to each room and just click on which ones you want to have in the system. You can set your pressure level. You can also set your temperature, it looks like. So if you have certain types of cargo, you can lower temperature to make the cargo maintain its stability better perhaps, but you would probably lose more power. If you don't care about that, you can just turn all of this off and probably save a lot of power too.
To open. So here again showing the opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean. It also allows us to control like the outside facing doors much better. So you can directly open, if you just want to open the left side ramp or the front side facing ramp or the back facing ramp.
So that's a bit of a look at the room system, but that's kind of why they keep talking about the life support and gravity in this way. More tediousness? Son, yes. This is what we signed up for. If the items last for many hours and are easily acquired, then it's more preparedness than tediousness. I mean, Daroff. Genuinely, yeah. It would be insane. Like the thing I always come around to is that they're making a game. I always ask people what they think, like how often do you think that your power supply is going to go out? And generally, I don't ever get a statement as to what worries people of a power supply going out. I'll throw out hypotheticals, and people will see, yeah, that'll be good. But I don't see how people think that your power supply is going to be dying like multiple times in a day or something. It's just, it wouldn't make sense. And I'm not guaranteeing they won't do that. I just think that would be incredibly detrimental to how the system is meant to work. And that is, they want to reward you for doing things. So if you get the right thing for the ship that you're flying or for what you want to do, it shouldn't die. You know, that stuff shouldn't go out. It's like getting the right engine for your car. You don't get a high performance F1 engine for your Honda Civic to drive to work 3 hours every day. It would mess up the engine. So I think the preparedness that they're going into this and trying to emphasize the idea that you're supposed to find certain components is a good sign of that. But this is also really key because all of this stuff being physicalized into this system, as Arctic is mentioning, means you can repair all these things as you go. So if anything, this will probably take less time because you won't have to fly back to space stations to do all that stuff. But the life support generator replenishes your atmosphere, regulates your pressure, and normalizes the temperature with the ship's interior. It's what we were just seeing. The capacity of a life support generator scales multiplicatively with the internal volume of a vehicle or similar size, ensuring consistent functionality across different ship designs. Proper life support management is essential for sustaining crew, health, and comfort, especially on long missions or in extreme conditions. You can also just turn this off. Just wear a helmet, and you don't have to worry about life support. Did they not say these things happen most often in combat? Yeah. These things happen from damage, and you're only taking damage on your components either in combat or by abusing your components. A power plant is essential for this vehicle's operation. Is probably the most important part. Generating power to run all systems. Protecting your power plant is... Power plant? Protecting your power pants are crucial, as its destruction could cause catastrophic damage to your ship. So this is actually really key. This is just a small sentence here, but if you go back to where they were introducing a lot of this stuff in Inside Star Citizen, it was a pretty key and important episode. Let me see if I can find it quick enough that I'm not... Is this one? I think it's this one.
The biggest thing we are aiming for is switching from your health pool of the bespoke ship to just moving that completely over to the physicalized component. So damaging the component is damaging your ship.
Attack on shield.
I think this is the part where the biggest change for the players happen, because there the gameplay of repair comes in, and then you can revitalize your ship.
Systems activated.
So you can actually use your formerly dead in the water ship after exchanging or repairing the components. So we mentioned one of the new components, which is the life support generator. So let's talk about life support.
Wait, no, we want power. We want power. We want to know how to blow up. How does one get blown up? I think it's here.
And some of the worst cases would be starting a fire, or in the case of, for example, power plants, engaging in a critical reactor failure and taking the ship with them.
There is a chance that if the power plant reaches 0 health, it will run into a critical failure, and that critical failure then will cause the entire ship to explode.
Okay.
It will give the player the time frame to react to that. So either by removing the component and throwing it out of the door and preventing your ship to explode, or even countering it by repairing the component and bringing it up to life again.
So, to confirm, what he's saying here, this is super important. I would put the camera on the screen right now if I could. What he's saying here is that the physicalization of these components and bringing them into the system, and I just want to be clear, this is something that's been slowly building over time. They're just now revealing this because I think they have finally past a go no go for engineering and resource network to be in the game as designed and good to go. And this is like the initial kind of release to us. Obviously, it still says some of it's coming in the future, but I think it's been finalized. So the importance of this is that all of these things are taking up the damage your ship takes. Biggest thing changing here is that your ship will no longer explode from taking so much damage. The damage will go to these components, your jump drive, your life support, your power plant. At that point, it is your ability, your prerogative to run around your ship and repair those components if you want. You don't have to. You could always just flee and go to a space station to repair them. But the point is, you're now no longer defenseless against getting your ship back into working order. If somebody attacks you, if you get away, you can repair. You can get your stuff back. You can make it run better. You can get yourself back up to working order. The one place where they are saying that that isn't true is with the power plant. It can fail. And like he said in that video, you'll have time to get it off your ship, to repair it, to do something to make sure it doesn't explode. But at some point, if the power plant takes too much damage, it can explode. And it can still blow your ship up like we used to have. But this is going to be a bit of a paradigm shift for Star Citizen as we go from time to kill to time to disable. As people start focusing more on just shooting a ship up to do whatever they need to do to it, rather than blowing it up. And this on its own is a whole other video, guys, because what is the most fun thing that a griefer gets for blowing up random ships is the explosion, is the annoyance that players have of being killed, right? So if we get to a point where maybe you can stop your ship from blowing up just from getting shot, this suddenly forces those people to have to leave their ship, board your ship, come and fight you and actually kill you in person. And who knows, maybe this leads to less people just randomly blowing up other ships. I mean, it could lead to more people getting randomly disabled in space, but there is a chance that this change does change the way that people regard ship combat and death in ships. But we got a lot more to talk about there. Let's move on to quantum drives. A quantum drive is a specialized engine that generates a Chanisin field, enabling spacecraft to travel at extremely high speeds across vast distances. Quantum drives can also be upgraded with jump modules to become a jump drive, allowing travel through interspace. When active, a quantum drive is either fully on or off, and its operation affects the ship's electromagnetic signature, adding another layer of strategic consideration. Turning on a quantum drive creates a delta signature, which will let everybody in your vicinity know what you're doing. That's not in the game yet, but they've talked about that. You are under the impression they can still do enough damage to blow you up at some point. That is a possibility. I don't know if they specifically said that. They said that there's hull damage and component damage. I'm not sure if you do blow up at the end of hull damage reaching 0, but it does seem like blowing up will be less likely, at least. Do you think adding life support systems to ships will be alongside oxygen values to suits? Maybe. If they use the same room system. They need to add persistent rep penalties for breaking the law. Agreed. I think that reputation is going to be how they do that. You'll have a crime stat for like the stuff that you do in that moment, but then you'll also have reputation for your long-term sort of what this person's history is as a player. Okay, quantum fuel tank. It stores your quantum fuel, enabling travel across vast distances. Generally, quantum fuel capacity is consistent among ships of the same size category, ensuring balance and predictability. However, certain ships, such as exploration or special purpose ships, feature larger quantum tanks to support their unique roles, offering extended range or specialized functionality. This makes the quantum tank a key consideration when evaluating a ship's capabilities and its suitability for long-range or mission-specific operations. Again, these things can also change. So if you see a ship that feels like it doesn't travel long enough for what it is, it probably will get updated at some point. Besides that, our quantum traveling right now is very uncontextual because we don't have POIs, we don't have regular missions around planets, we don't have a more regular home where we like to hang around, you should be around a planet and its moons for like days on end, right? You shouldn't have to quantum travel across Pyro 3 times in a game session. And I think that also throws off our expectations of what quantum drives and quantum fuel tanks should be providing. So this one I'm imagining is going to change quite a bit over time, but it's also something to keep in mind when you're looking at ships. It's not just about the weapons. It's not just about the cargo space. It's not even just about the number of seats it has. You also got to look at the components and consider what it is you want to do. Because the Crusader Spirit and the Cutlass Black are different, are good for two different things. And there's no one size fits all. There's not going to be an answer for every player. Just like, consider these ships more than just the ships when you're looking into them. I think that's healthy for our wallets and for our futures. Is CIG going to fix the unlimited oxygen you have in spacesuits when you're outside the ship in space? Yes. In fact, it goes even deeper than that. The oxygen that you use, I believe, is going to be doubled as your EVA fuel. No. No, I don't think that's right. No, I think the oxygen that you use is separate from your EVA fuel. EVA fuel is its own thing, I believe. Sorry. That's some misinformation right there. Don't listen to my first statement. But yes, we won't have unlimited oxygen. No, the EVA fuel is just going to be limited on its own, but you can just use the multi-tool to do that thingy. All right, shield emitters. Plan for future release. I fucking hate shield emitters. Hold on, check this out. I might be able to go back into Star Citizen's old roadmap, 2019, let's say, shield emitters, and see if it's there. Shield emitters were in the roadmap such a long time ago. No, I don't see them here. The oxygen can be used as a propellant? Really? Hey, you guys remember iCache? Blast from the past. Shield systems tech replacement. Okay. Oh my god, guys, this is 3.12. We didn't even have inventories back during this when this was released. It's crazy how far the game has come since 2021, 2020. Here we go. Ship shield emitters were planned for 3.16 at that time. So this isn't new. They didn't come out of nowhere. Shield emitters were always meant to be, in fact, are they on this page? They were always meant to be the way that you could basically attack the shields on a ship. The physicalized target that you could use. And I think they're more important for larger ships, but 'tis a thing that's coming sometime. All right, shield generator. We do have one of these. A shield generator provides vital protection by creating shields around your ship. Shield health represents the total defensive capacity distributed across all shields. Generators larger than size 2 can generate 4 different sides. The shield regeneration rate determines how quickly shields recover per second. While regeneration also scales with generator size, it increases more slowly than health, meaning larger shields take longer to fully recharge. Choosing the right shield generator is crucial for balancing defense and recovery, ensuring your ship remains protected in various scenarios. So you'll have shields that regenerate faster, which will probably be better for the dogfighters. You'll have shields that hold a higher total value, which maybe is better for your defensive ship. You're not dogfighting, but you're in the same type of ship. Different types of shields for the same types of ships will be interesting. And you also have to remember, these have performance grade, they have civilian grade, they have industrial grade. I don't know if they're getting rid of that in lieu of crafting, but there will be differences between each shield that you make or buy and the identical cousin that it has next to it. Are there identical cousins? I don't know. Thrusters and engine. Thrusters and engines are key systems for ship propulsion and maneuverability in space and atmosphere. They enable acceleration, deceleration, rotation, and precise directional control. Engines provide sustained thrust for forward movement, while thrusters handle fine adjustments and stability. Both systems consume hydrogen fuel, with efficiency depending on their type and size. Larger ships often rely on more powerful engines and multiple thrusters to remain responsive. Efficient use of thrusters and engines is essential for effective navigation, combat readiness, and fuel conservation, particularly during prolonged missions or high-demand scenarios. I don't think they give enough info here. I think they should mention that engines provide, forward sustained thrust. That is, it should say thrusters provide temporary thrust for fine adjustments and stability. Because the whole point of, is that here? The whole point of thrusters having different styles, damn it's not here, is because of VTOL. And because of the types of engines that support VTOL flight. I'm going to find this at some point. It's here somewhere. Here we go. So originally they had main thrusters, retro thrusters, and VTOL thrusters. Retro pointed backwards, main pointed forwards, VTOL pointed downwards. They also then had maneuvering thrusters. So they basically changed these main thrusters to engines, it looks like. They call them engines here. And then they've changed these maneuvering thrusters to thrusters, as now here they say thrusters. So what you have here are thrusters meant for quicker response, leading to more agility. Downsides is you have to have more of them, and they're pretty small. They can be gimbaled or they can be fixed. But the idea behind them is that these are the thrusters that would make you barrel roll or turn really quickly in space or do something to change your trajectory. These are not the types of thrusters who are going to make you fly across space or hold you up in gravity or anything like that. That's where your thrusters, your VTOL engines come from. And I feel like they didn't really get into that too much here. So that's still definitely something to throw people off. And it's something I think people should consider when they're getting a ship. Is the ship that you are getting, does it have VTOL engines? Are you going to be flying a lot in atmosphere and landing at outposts? In which case, you might want VTOL engines. If you plan on flying in space between space stations all the time, who cares? You don't need to maintain that downward thrust. And that's another point, just amongst all these others, that's like, don't just look at the bare numbers for the ship that you're looking at. Consider these different types of things. And this is going to be just a really good guide I think everyone should go through to just understand what they need to look for in the ship that they want to buy. I can probably make a video about that. Okay. Now we're going to talk about size. Oh, there's a lot here. I'm going too slow for this. We're going to speed things up. And we're going to talk about the size of components. So this determines your input and output capacity, defining roles within ships and items and vehicles. You have item ports from size 0 to 4, with additional steps for larger capital ships to maintain balance. For example, while both the Reclaimer and Bengal use size 4 components, their unique requirements call for further distinctions. Most properties on these size components are health, signature, and output. Scale with size. They scale with size, though some, like power and coolant, cap out at size 4. The size system ensures components are properly scaled, balanced, in functionality, efficiency, and versatility across all ship classes. Okay. Size 0 ships, we know these. These are your small, your ground vehicles, your pulse, and probably really, really small snubs. Your size 1s are your single seats, your light fighters, your Aegis, Gladius. These are your, the ships that a lot of people fly around to fight others. Size 2s, small multi-crew ships and heavy fighters, such as the RSI Zeus. This is, I think, the golden zone for Star Citizen. I think this is where they should probably focus on having most of their ships line up in between this and size 3. I think size 2 and size 3 are like the most important. This is your, yes, I can fly this by myself, but also on the days that I want to have a friend along, I can bring 1 or 2 people with me. That's like, everybody should probably have a ship like that. Size 3 are your larger multi-crew ships like your Aegis Retaliator, and probably things like your Constellation. Maybe the Mercury Star Rider would fall in this, but that might be size 2. It's a pretty It's probably a bit of a gray zone. Yo, Twitch, you guys alive? Size 4 capital ships, such as the Aegis Reclaimer. Some capital-sized ships use bespoke non-swappable components, and we already know that the capital-sized components aren't swappable, at least not by us. I do wonder if we'll be able to switch out any of the ones that these ones have. In these large-scale universe to be worthwhile. Engineering done wrong could turn you away from the game. You think at its best it will be an annoyance. For engineering to be useful and anything but a burden we need. Huh. Oh, we need larger distances between stations. Well, I mean, remember Stanton is not a normal space system, star system. That's like, keep in mind, these are systems being built for the game we're not having right now. Hey, there you are, Twitch. All right, I see you. Oh, Whiskey Riot said you're not there. Never mind. Stay away. You can take out the shield of a Reclaimer, but not the Polaris. It's locked in. Okay. Interesting. Size 5 ships. So size 4 are capital ships. Size 5 are even bigger capital ships, such as the Polaris, the Aegis, Idris, the Javelin, and the Bengal. These are actual, like, these are very, very, there's a definite line between something like this and something like this. The Reclaimer certainly feels like a large ship, and I would be interested in seeing what else fits in here. But there's a whole different class when you're going to like the Idris or the Javelin, and to an extent even the Polaris. Can't wait to have a GII shipyard. Samesies, dude. It's going to be huge. The class of a component we're now on to defines its specialization and type of gameplay it's best suited to. Classes help differentiate components based on their intended roles, offering a variety of options for different strategies and playstyles. You can equip your vehicle with components from any class, allowing you to experiment and find configurations that best suit your needs and objectives. Each class comes with its own strengths, making it particularly suited to specific situations or playstyles. At the same time, every has balanced weaknesses that offset these advantages. The strengths and weaknesses are carefully distributed across all classes, though, ensuring that no class is overall better or worse than others. So we've had this in game already for a while, and it has allowed you to customize your ship to some extent. But I think this is going to, now we can see they're really diving deeper into this, and I'm interested to see how this affects us. I think this is going to be the most important thing to those of you who are really not wanting to deal with your components. If you're the kind of person who wants to only ever need to repair or fix your components at a space station like you do already in the normal game, if you want to just keep playing as you already do and not make any changes to how you are playing with your ship, I'm betting civilian will work. Because the whole point of a civilian class item is for people who aren't specialized to work on those things. So these components are probably meant to run, well, let's just read it. Average overall performance with the benefit of low heat generation and low maintenance overheads. So if you hate engineering, guys, just stick to civilian components. The rest of us will enjoy this stuff. Competition, high performance, and low weight, but a trade-off of low durability, louder signatures, and fewer options for power management. So again, this is the kind of thing that maybe you are okay with fixing your stuff on your own, then you go there. Industrial. Although heavy and power hungry, this class excels in durability and heat management and also has lower maintenance costs. So maybe you hate engineering, but you want to have something slightly better. You're going to be able to use this and you won't have to repair as much, but you will probably have to get more fuel because your power supply is going to be running harder. Military components. Extremely durable, performant, and high configurability. though these equally have high signature output and power consumption. These are probably going to take so much engineering and hands-on that you're gonna have to if you don't like the idea of engineering, you're gonna hate these. What did I just say? Oh, engineering. Stealth components are the most fragile, and their output is in the middle of the pack. However, they consume very little power, have low minimum power consumption, and produce extremely low signature emissions. This reduced minimum consumption makes them more flexible for power management, allowing you to easily adjust your settings without overburdening your power pool. So, stand out, really, I think stealth components are, but this is where you can start to define how much you really want to worry about your components. Don't fly hard, don't boost everywhere, don't do stupid things and get civilian components, and you're good. Engineering's not for you. It's for the people who want to have more customization over their ships. It can work. I'm not totally being negative. I just hope they don't give in to players who say, I paid X amount of my ship and can't even travel to X, similar to what happened with Pyro. I agree with you, dude. But I think you're right. I want them to just stick to their guns because they know. Like the people who are complaining about not being able to get certain places in Pyro and stuff, they don't know that we're not supposed to do that, right? But CIG is defining a game where we're supposed to not be flying across star systems over and over. And I am in agreement with you. They really gotta, they need to stick to that. You can't just define a game by the idea that people aren't supposed to fly around a lot. And then when people are bummed they can't fly around a lot in the unfinished version, you change the overall design. It doesn't, that doesn't work. So I'm with you. They need to keep the distances, and the actual feeling of being alone in space needs to exist. We can't just always have the immediate, easy ability to get back to a space station. Grade. The final modifier for components is the grade, which acts as an item's quality indicator. Depending on the grade, it may enhance, maintain, or reduce a component's default values. There's so much, dude. There's so much customization that can go into your ships depending on components. This is going to take a lot of effort to balance. Okay. So your D grade is your common, budget-friendly option. Again, for those of you who hate engineering and don't want to deal with stuff, actually maybe grade A would be better for you. Just budget-friendly. This is probably what all the ships are going to start with and what you'll get when you claim your ship. Grade C is uncommon, standard loadout. Okay, I guess this is standard loadout. Maybe this is standard loadout on Drake. D for Drake. Grade B, rare, typically found on highly specialized ships. I'm assuming this is what we will find on like high-level pirates and like tough targets, maybe valuable ships from factions that we disable during events. And then when you want to get to like the really rare and valuable places, like the deep caves and the offshoot star systems, the deep and Gion territory, I think it'd be this. Not expected to be obtained through regular means. See, I don't even think these should be obtained through places like, maybe contested zones would have these. But they'd have to be a lot more difficult to do. Like, you shouldn't really be able to get a grade A component easily, you know? So we can look at all this stuff in the customization. We don't know how they'll balance it, though. We don't know if the game has to come together before all this really matters. So it's good to know. It's really good to see it laid out like this, and it's good to start explaining it, but I think it's going to be a while before we can really judge how well it works or might work. Let's move on to power, heat, and signature. This is kind of the bigger stuff that's coming in. Less noticed, but has been in game and important to pay attention to, especially if you play solo. This is going to be so important for solo players. Choosing the right components is one thing, but an experienced ship owner also knows how to get the most out of their vessel and what dangers to watch out for. Understanding the intricate systems of your ship is what separates a good pilot from a great one. Let's take a closer look at power, heat, and signature. 3 key factors that not only define your ship's performance, but also determine your ability to adapt and thrive in the vast and unpredictable expanse of the verse. First, we got power here. Power is the lifeblood of your vehicle, supplied by power plants that produce a maximum output scaled to their size, up to size 4 for standard components. Power plants provide energy to all onboard systems, forming a shared network with limited capacity. Future updates will introduce fuel consumption for power plants, adding a layer of complexity to resource management. Shout out to Citizen Mark using your Prime sub over on Twitch to support the channel. It means a lot to us. Thank you so much. I value every sub. I appreciate those of you who have Amazon Prime. Use your Prime sub during this stream to support us. It means a lot. As you all know, moving's expensive, and I'm discovering that now. So I appreciate you, buddy. Okay. Power throttles. Each power-consuming component has properties for minimum and maximum power units, along with low, mid, and high ranges that determine its performance. Some components have a minimum power consumption that displays as combined power segments. These components are harder to reassign power to or from because they require a significant amount of power just to activate. This is referred to as controllability, where a smaller or larger minimum power requirement affects how easily a component can be adjusted in real time. You know, that's honestly how I feel a lot of us hoped they would do something like master modes, where it would take a certain amount of power to activate your shields, and that power was too limited when you turn on your quantum drive or something like that, and so it wouldn't work. Interesting. Components reaching mid and high levels at lower power settings provide a stronger functionality sooner, but wear down faster. Okay. They're going to generate more signature, and they're also going to be more prone to malfunctions. So this is really important for people who don't want to deal with engineering. In contrast, components with extended low ranges offer better stealth and durability, letting you operate them efficiently without sacrificing reliability. This flexibility allows you to fine-tune power settings to optimize performance based on your current objectives and situation. Yo, I'm actually liking how this is sounding, and I don't know how deep this will be, but it does seem like they're almost getting to the point. They're going in the direction of saying, hey, if you don't want to deal with engineering, you don't have to, but you're not really going to have all that much fun compared to other people. And basically, the more fun you want to have, you just have to deal with more of the ship systems, which seems like a fair trade-off to me. This is an interesting one, though. The whole limited power startup based on the components actually might hint at tuning. So there's a part of engineering they haven't talked about too much called tuning, which is meant to be done before the ship is running. It's meant to make your components run in certain ways outside of just like fixing them and doing other kinds of stuff. What this could do is they could say, tuners, if you do something a certain way in whatever little mini game they come up with to tuners on the kiosk or something, what if there were things you could do gameplay related as a tuner that make this value go down? So that if you have the proper tuner engineer on your ship, you could run the ship with components that technically aren't supposed to work, or maybe are supposed to work in different operating windows, but because you did some form of engineering, your ship is running at a high, it's overclocked, it's running better than it could on components it's not supposed to. This could be incredibly cool for engineering. I'd love to see how they go with that. You're hoping that refueling isn't a beam. It's not. You can actually refuel in game right now. It's kind of like real life, how they use a refueling arm and you have to aim it into a receiving socket, and then you have to measure the pressure of the fuel as you pump it into the new ship. If you use too much pressure, then it can blow up the fuel line, and if you use too little pressure, then it goes really slow. I'm guessing that's how it will work from on the other applications too. Mark, wait, Mark, you just started. You just got off your Prime sub. Hold up, Mark just subbed with Prime on Twitch, and then like minutes later, transitioned that to a real sub. That means a lot. Thank you so much. Not only is that like just really appreciated, but that also goes towards our whole does Twitch actually care about us thing, and that's awesome. You feel like it's not going to be that complicated, like the ability to add more power pips or something when tuned, like adding more maximum power to this screen here. Huh, that'd be interesting. Let's see. Maybe they'll say it here. You can manage your vehicle's power distribution through the engineering screen or via multi-MFDs. Power is allocated in segments to components, which consume these universal units based on their demands. Components are divided into main systems like weapons, thrusters, engines, shields, quantum drives, and coolers. These are critical systems that require the most power and careful prioritization. Subsystems have radars, life support, and gravity generators. These secondary systems consume less power, ensuring you have flexibility in managing their resources. Okay. So while most components are managed through dedicated power throttles, weapons share a single power pool across the whole ship. Thank you. Each weapon draws a proportion. Okay, each weapon draws a proportion of this pool, with energy weapons consuming significantly more than ballistics. If you run out of available power, you can trade off by equipping more ballistic weapons to reduce the overall demand of your ship's systems. Larger ships often operate at a power deficit, making strategic allocation essential. Batteries help fill gaps by providing temporary power, which depletes over time and requires active management. Holy crap, okay, somebody, DNC just dropped freaking 10 subs while I was doing that. Oh my lord, man. Thank you. Raven1 also subbed up with their, renewed their sub for 11 months. Thank you for that. DNC renewed for at 4 months. I really appreciate you, man. It means so much, you don't even know. I am going to work my ass off on this exclusive video for you guys. I promise. This exploration talk. It'll be a lot of speculation. It'll be a lot of my own opinion, but I hope it wraps up what exploration is going to be and explains why they're going about it the way they do. Looks like somebody just gifted out a sub and started a hype train on Twitch. You guys, thank you. Oh my god. That means a lot. Thank you very much. You can't see my oh my god, pesos. Dude. Okay, pesos just dropped 10 subs. And thanks. I seriously something like that. You guys are great. This system with the power distribution is the idea of a tuner adding more power things on top of each component is actually a pretty cool idea. Not gonna lie, I like that, because there's got to be a limit, but you're overpowering it. Thank you. It's kind of like what I said, but it's more simple. I think your idea makes more sense. Okay, wait, hold on, guys. Wow. The freaking Twitch. What the? Thank you, guys. Oh my god, I'm trying to Star Citizen, dude. Thank you. Wait. Okay. Everybody just dropped a bunch of freaking subs. Holy shit. Holy shit. I don't think Twitch has ever reached a level 7 hype train before. Sorry, YouTube, if you guys are like confused by what's going on. Twitch is just losing it a little bit. Pesos and Coyote, Vassin and PK dropping 5 subs. Silver, Baron dropped 5 subs. Daroff dropped another sub. My head hurts, man. Oh my god. I have a headache now. Thank you guys. I don't even know where I meant to say something about all this. Power management and stuff.
Thank you very much.
It's very important. Gonzo. Oh, I gotta take my headphones off, dude. Holy shit. What the hell?
Oh, nice. Not as nice as a Bengal, but nice.
Alright, you guys can't see my camera right now. Thank you, you motherfuckers.
Thank you very much.
Now it's just me with no music. Mark ran you over. Guys, Maverick with the bits. Oh my fuck, what's going on? Okay. We've got content to deliver. The power bars, that's not something that they confirmed. Adding power bars onto the top is just
Thank you very much.
That's just possibility.
Keep your arms and legs inside yourself as ride comes to a full.
We're gonna have to cut all this out of the freaking video.
Wow.
Oh my god, guys.
Thank you.
PK just dropped 5 subs. Arctic dropped 5 subs. You guys, this completely changes our whole month. I can't even. What the fuck's going on? I'm breathing. I'm good. I'm glad I'm not on camera. I'm taking my freaking shirt off, guys. I'm just freaking sweating. That's not for more subs, by the way. I'm not taking my shirt off for subs. Oh, you freaks. Ay, it's too hot in here. Damn it. I gotta turn the fan on. Okay. We're gonna do this. We're gonna keep going. Thank you. Broken Donut Pesos. Thank you, guys. The power distribution is... I can't even focus. This is the most distracted stream I've ever had. No, I'm not stripping for some. Jesus. In fact, I feel very, very comfortable right now that I can do this because the camera's not on. I'm so freaking frozen. Brigadier, thank you for the community sub, man. Okay. Let's get through this section, at least. Pedro, thank you for the sub. Let's get through this section. Okay. Power management is just another way of customizing the ship, but it's not permanent like the component stuff. So you go through all of this, you pick all your components, your sizes, your classes, your grades, right? And then you also have your active engineering. How much are you maintaining that stuff? How are you distributing power? And I like that they also say here that larger ships are going to operate at a deficit, so that even if, like, this is something that they're specifically trying to make affect smaller ships and solo players less. They're saying, if you're in a larger ship, we're purposefully going to make this something that you have to engage with. If you're in smaller ships, you will have enough power to fly around as you normally do. And I think that's a super important and key thing to do, especially for a lot of people who are just scared of how the system's going to work. So that's power distribution. And holy shit, that's so hard to get.
Thank you very much.
Guys. Pesos and Bo both just gifted more subs, guys. Oh my god, level 9. I didn't even know I don't even know what we're doing anymore. Genuinely though, I don't know how to thank you. I guess we gotta make some good damn videos. I'm gonna make some really good videos for you guys going forward. Gene on YouTube, thank you too. Y'all are in second class YouTube. You have your days, and the days are very bright and red. I appreciate you guys. It's unreal. Somebody anonymously gifted out a sub too. I think it kind of started with Mark doing the Prime sub and then upgrading that to the regular sub. You're homie, Mark. Appreciate you. With the shirt off, yes, of course. Yeah, no, we gotta get a ship giveaway started today. That is a very good point. Mrs. Tomato. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go find her and we're gonna get a ship giveaway started. You guys deserve it. We're gonna give away a Hornet Mark II, I think. A Hornet Mark II Heartseeker, I think we have to give away. Anybody want one of those? Let me go check with her. Give me like 1 minute, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Toes. Thank you very much. Okay, I just got her. She didn't know. Oh my god, wait, we missed some. What the f?
You guys are getting a new computer. What is happening?
Go start a ship giveaway. Get it.
Ship giveaway immediately. Wait
This
a
is
minute. Let me see it
insane.
first. Don't go anywhere, everybody. I'm gonna start a giveaway in a second.
I can't.
Crazy.
Freaking. I just went to get her. Subs on the freaking page. What is happening?
Would it help if I told you guys that Tomato's shirtless right now? He got so hot from all the
They know.
all the excitement.
They know.
He's
it was
shirtless.
It made
I'm
chat.
touching his nipple right now.
God.
An NSFW stream.
Yeah, we're gonna get booted off in the same stream where. Wow. Okay.
Ship giveaway.
I'm Wildly, TNT, Pedro, Baron, Vastin. Guys, I can't. I can't. I can't real numbers. What the fuck? Ran you over, dude. Red ketchup. Hey, they want you to slather me in ketchup. It's crazy. Raven, thank you for the subs, dude. I just want to say, everybody who's in chat who's experiencing this, if you're getting gifted subs, you get access to our exclusive videos. Like we do content for the folks who are supporting, and if you don't know where to find that, please just go to our Discord and ask a question. We will let you know. This is unreal, you guys. The support is crazy. I want you guys to get everything for doing that. All the exclusive videos, come join us for the live podcast, please. We'll be doing them behind the scenes. Holy crap, y'all are real ones. Thank you. Silver Atlantics, thank you. And William on YouTube, just to bring the fun, the excitement over to Team Red. Drop some members over there. If you're a member on YouTube, you also have them. You guys are amazing. Okay. Thank you. We're going to get to our. I'm like, we're gonna move on. DNC dropping 5 subs though, dude. I think you guys are also getting points for these, so you should get more points into our giveaway too. Damn. Thank you. Damn. PK, thanks for passing that one out to Laman. Cheers to you, Laman. Get that sub. I can't. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm gonna do this again. We're gonna do this. We're gonna talk. I can't. Patient wave got me. Holy crap, dude. Patient wave, thank you so much for the 5 members, or the five subs. Riding the wave, I'm falling down the wave. I'm clobbered. I'm like the surfer in the wave that rolled over on them, and I'm just floating into shore now. Okay. Damn. Let's go. Okay. Coolant and heat, huh? How about that? Right? That's important. That's you guys. You guys like coolant and heat? Okay, so each unit of power assigned to a component requires a matching unit of coolant to manage the heat it generates. Coolant demand is directly tied to the power consumed, meaning coolers play a critical role in ensuring a loadout operates efficiently. So coolers are important. Okay, we get that. Choosing the right cooler involves comparing its coolant production to the power requirements of your loadout faster than tracking coolant as a separate resource. All of this is gonna have to be visible on a screen outside of my ship, I'm sorry. This is gonna have to be able to be seen altogether. I do need some coolant, dude. The ketchup coolant. My brain hurts, you guys. I'm so blown away. Default loadouts and power settings are designed to avoid overheating under normal conditions. However, certain scenarios can still push systems beyond their limits. Overheating may occur when too many components are running at high power levels. Coolers are underpowered, or components become degraded or malfunction. Components operating in higher ranges are especially demanding on coolant and power plants, as the largest power generators require the most attention. So even if you are able to tune and overclock some stuff to make it run better, it might still impact your coolers the same way. What would be interesting is how much you can overclock your coolers if that becomes a thing. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Oh my god! Wait, what? No, there's more! There's cats in the chat. Maverick put literal cats with the bits. Gonzo dropped 10 more subs. Gonzo. Thank you very much. Bruh.
I just feel like I gotta switch to my regular voice from this. I can't use my voice changer anymore. You must hear me as real Space Tomato.
Okay, sorry. Voice changer's back on. All that, it makes you slip. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot of editing for this video. Thank you guys. Honestly, I appreciate it. The edits are loved and cherished. That's the hype train. I'm gonna have to spend a cool long time. So many choo-choos in chat now. I'm gonna have to take a cool long minute. I'm gonna remember each of you that were a part of this. This was... I can't believe it. Man. Zerb, thank you for getting in there. Right at the end there. 46 months he subbed up for. And William also became a member on YouTube. Can't miss that. Holy crap. Oh my god. I can't, guys. A level freaking 11 hype train. I feel like we have to... like, we were going to announce a streamathon for next week, and now I feel like we can't. Oh. Y'all are real ones. All right, let's keep doing this. I'm going to get you guys the info, I promise. I'm going to get you the videos too, folks. You deserve the absolute best YouTube content after this. Let's go. Okay, for vehicles equipped with multiple power plants, it's important to note that additional power plants do not double your power output, but instead add only a small boost while generating significantly more heat. That sucks. This means it's worth considering whether activating an additional power plant is worth the extra coolant usage. So you're saying if we could make our own vehicles, we could just have a massive coolant vehicle with multiple power plants on it? Sorry, I just need to post this bird into chat. That's like the energy. Who got her started? It was Mark. Mark came in with that Prime sub. And then he legitimized it into a tier 1 sub. And then all the shit broke loose. And I was just like... That's what I should have just played the whole time. I'm just wheezing. Heat management is also influenced by how long components take to reach their maximum heat threshold. This provides flexibility to temporarily reassign power from coolers to other systems in critical situations like combat or emergencies. Additionally, overheating components can be cycled on and off to balance their performance without compromising the overall system. By understanding the relationship between power and coolant, you can optimize your loadout for efficiency and reliability. Strategic decisions about when to push your systems and how to manage heat effectively can give you the edge in challenging situations. Whether you're balancing power plants, selecting the right cooler, or managing component wear and tear, staying mindful of these mechanics ensures your ship operates at its best, even under demanding conditions. So, basically... what they're saying here is you're in control. This is engineering as a whole. It's balancing heat and power and coolant, and you're in control of figuring out how to run your ship at its best. This is what I was very excited for this game for most of the time. I've always been excited of being somebody who can just be a part of a ship. I don't want to fly. I want to be crew. I want to go on expeditions. I want to get off a ship and go into a cave, and then I want to come out of that cave and see my ship looming over the entrance as I board it, you know? The very, very little things that don't really quantifiably matter is what I was interested in for this game, and this is what builds that out for me because it creates more unique situations. It means that we can get into derelict ships that have engineering problems. It means that we can run missions where we have to get on board ships that have problems. Like, this is just a huge content explosion, in my opinion, once they can get this in game. But it's not in yet. It's just really good that they're laying it out for us how it's going to work. Mark, appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you all the tons. And also, folks, if you want to stay around for the good vibes and just like chill, not only is that giveaway starting soon, but also we will be having a cooking stream after this, as we try to do every week. In the kitchen, we're going to be putting together some börek. We're doing a Turkish dish today. A very, very delicious Turkish pastry with it's a savory pastry, so something you could have for lunch or dinner, and something that's like one of my favorite dishes. All we need now is a visit from the real stream Santa. Oh my god, that's too much blessings in one day, PK. I appreciate what you guys do. You come out of the cave to find your ramp 1 foot off the floor. Yeah, there's that. That's every once in a while, that's what happens, yeah. Signatures! Ooh, a new picture. You don't get new pictures very much. Let me save this. All right. Since the implementation of the resource network, we transitioned to a system where electromagnetic and infrared signatures are generated by individual components rather than the entire vehicle. When was the resource network implemented? I'm not being facetious there, but they keep talking about the resource network like it's in the game, and I know it's in the game. Like, we do have some signatures, coolers do actually have an effect on signatures. All that kind of stuff is happening. I just don't know when that changed. Hey, Maverick, I'll see you in a bit. Freight elevators? No. New player experience. Yeah, I'm not really sure where the resource network started to have an effect. But basically, they have been using signatures. ER and IR are generated for individual components rather than the entire vehicle. We can see this because you can get attacked by stealth ships in Star Citizen right now, and they're really hard to see coming. This change makes stealth and scanning more dynamic, requiring careful selection and operation of components. Each signature is influenced by component properties, making your choices critical for staying undetected or detecting others. Radar sensitivity to signatures will also vary in the future, adding complexity. Signatures are measured as effective detection ranges in meters. I did not recognize that before. Ground vehicles benefit from a sensitivity modifier, reducing their detectability, especially against spaceships, making them more stealthy during ground-based operations. So that's good. We really need scanning and radar to get updated on vehicles for this to truly matter. Right now, I don't think scanning is intuitive, or I don't think there's enough feedback to scanning to make people feel like they should use it, so it doesn't get used much. And because of that, signatures don't match as much, and because of that, the general culture of the game community isn't following the design that they're laying out. So whenever that does happen, it will, but for now, I think it's still, this is kind of a secondary thing. But it is something to keep in mind. Like, if you want to be good at Star Citizen, this is definitely something to keep in mind. Remember them saying there was a small number of ships they implemented the network into before 4.0. That was supposed to be for 4.0. That's for when they launch engineering, but they haven't put engineering in yet. Yeah, scanning for exploration as well, of course. Okay, electromagnetic signatures. These are generated by consuming power or produced by your ship's components. For example, assigning power to items increases EM output, while activating a quantum drive generates a significant EM burst, making your ship easier to detect while fleeing. I still think that we need to have delta signatures. I'm not sure if this means that they're not doing delta signatures, but if you're already locked onto a ship and then that ship turns on their quantum drive, you should still get notification they've turned on their quantum drive. It shouldn't just be that they're easier to acquire. There's got to be something else that tells you, hey, they're about to try and make an escape. Ridiculous, thank you for the Prime sub a couple minutes ago, by the way. Okay, EM signatures provide valuable information. Low EM indicates idling or minimal activity. Moderate EM suggests active systems or combat. And high EM, especially with doubling, reveals quantum drive activity. Yeah, I don't know. It seems they're not mentioning delta signatures anymore. That might have just been a temporary thing that they thought about and then decided not to. Scanning class components reduce EM output by consuming less power. Stealth class components, and they help you remain less detectable. Okay. Good to know. Infrared. These signatures are produced by the heat expelled from your ship's components. Overheating drastically increases IR output, while stealth loadouts with minimal coolant usage result in lower IR signatures. Coolers play a key role in IR management, by expelling heat, but also they increase IR signatures the more they are utilized. Interesting. Running IR dark, which involves disabling your coolers to reduce your signature emissions, causes heat to gradually build up, making IR levels creep higher over time. When coolers are reactivated to prevent overheating, they create a significant IR spike as they work to stabilize temperatures. Balancing these effects is crucial for effective heat and signature management. This is such oh god, this is like the real crunchy bits of running a large ship. It's going to get so ignature? So, it's going to be so interesting to go into a late game area like a dangerous place in Pyro and be on a large ship and be trying to run IR dark with your friends because, like, I don't know, you're just in that dangerous area and you don't need any situations or any trouble right now. Very cool. So EM signature, electromagnetic, is coming from what your components are doing. And IR signature is coming from the heat that your components are making. So even if your components aren't doing anything, they're still putting out latent heat. But essentially, you will always be putting out EM and IR signatures. What you can do, though, is you can mask your IR signature. Well, yeah, that's weird. So you can get very efficient coolers and very inefficient components, and you can say, okay, well, this efficient cooler won't be detected as much, even if it's hot, as the inefficient components when they're hot. So I will boost the cooler so that the components don't run hot, and our IR signature ultimately will be lower. But there's just going to be a whole bunch of analog decision making around how you manage your signatures and what components you pick to make sure they work correctly for you. Though, is there are some ships that are meant to benefit from a lower IR signature without coolers. The Terrapin, for instance, can actually close up all of its armor and venting to maintain its heat. That obviously damages your ship faster because you're keeping the heat within, but it makes your IR signature lower. So once again, make sure to look at all of the aspects of a ship rather than just its SCU or its combat capabilities when selecting it, because a lot of times they're going to put in little things like that. The Terrapin has one. The Origin series of ships, the 100 series, has one. It has an onboard refinery where it can make its own hydrogen fuel. You got to keep an eye out for these sorts of little things when you're picking your ship. It's more than just what's on the page. All right, folks. Huge thanks again to everybody who took part in today's shenanigans and hype train. We've got a Super Hornet giveaway up, ready to go for you lovelies. Use the command !giveaway. Or you can click the link that is already right there in the chat. But you do have to click that link to get into the giveaway. It is not the command that gets you in. This one will probably not end for a little while, so you have time to build up your points and entries for the Super Hornet. So don't be in any rush to figure it out today or anything. But stick around. You'll find new ways to enter. Okay, last bit, the cross-section. Your cross-section signature is determined by your physical size, your shape, and your overall dimensions, specifically width, height, and length. Larger ships naturally have higher cross-section signatures, crazy, making them easier to detect on radar, regardless of their EM or IR output. The first time I ever saw them experiment with a cross-section signature in this game, and this is just to show that it does function correctly, I gotta have to make it pop up. They're basically showing how they want scanning to work as they move forward, and this was way back when we didn't really have almost any kind of scanning. They're basically showing, okay, so we got our signature system. So you can see there's a Cutlass here, there's an Idris here, and there's an Asteroid here. And then he basically starts the tracking So you can see that it recognizes both the Idris and the Cutlass here, right? And it shows all the different ways it recognizes it. IR, EM, CS, DB, RS, ID, RD, QT, LF, IG, FTW, LOL. And all of these can be affected by different things. So what he does is he activates your cross-section signature here. And then he moves the asteroid in between him and the Cutlass Black. Soon. And you'll see that as he does, the game registers that he no longer can pick up that cross-section signature. So, it's a very, very basic rudimentary example of the system that we're now seeing starting to enter the game. But again, key to how the game will work, how we are meant to fly around and consider our ships, and all of this I think will make a lot more difference when our ships last longer, when we use them more, when we're not replacing them and claiming them all the time. It all feels a little bit weird right now because nothing is all that permanent in Star Citizen, but this is all going to matter so much once we're working on our ship over the course of weeks and months and finding new items and coming across different things and crafting stuff and all that jazz. So ultimately, this is an introduction to, ship ownership guide. Really, it is. They kind of nailed it with the naming. This is an introduction to how ships work, or at least how they're supposed to work. And while it doesn't all matter right now, this is something that will be crucial for basically anybody who wants to play Star Citizen and cares about getting the most out of their gameplay. It's all going to matter soon. Well, if they said that 4.1 was going to have engineering in it, this would have hit so much harder. We would have been so hyped about this all. But we don't know when engineering is coming. So, not much we can say, but that's that. Hope you got something from this. Gosh, that took an hour and a half to get through, guys. I was thinking that was going to be like a 30-minute talk. Oh, boy. Well, at least now I'm not recording anymore, so maybe OBS won't mess up and not allow me to do stuff. You don't know, just close the game. Morale dropped last 45 minutes for nothing. What were you doing? People want PvE, took you some time to get to Pyro from Baijini and get blown as soon as you got to Pyro for the first time by people camping there. Now back at Baijini. Yeah, that does suck. There is supposed to be defense at jump gates. I don't know why they didn't get attacked, but that's also part of it. Like, we don't necessarily need PvE servers. We just need systems that separate PvP from PvE like that. Or not even PvP from PvE, but pirates from non-pirates. Because you know those NPCs are also going to kill you. I've been briefed by the NPCs before. Hey, it's Leaf! Leaf, me boy! Thanks for the raid, man. Good to see you. Welcome in. Your 11 other LIFXs. How y'all doing today? You just missed our huge review of the Ship Buyer's Guide. What's the conclusion in one sentence? Ship ownership is about to get a lot more complicated. Oh, I do need some water, don't I? The secret code should be Bodek. I didn't even know we had a secret code. Nice. This is Tomatoes hooking y'all up. Oh, I'm fancy. I like freaking you guys out by not drinking for long. It's a little guilty pleasure.
Hey.
All right, now I got all the water. Where is I bought some stuff, right? I need to go equip that stuff. Said things. Whoa! Oh no. Let me out. Yay! Whee! Oh, I'm supposed to be dressing. I'm sorry. Got obsessed with jumping around. Alright. Alright. Oh, I need an undersuit. Dang it. Just the most basic stuff is missing. Okay, okay. I'm starting to go blind. That's what I'm talking about. Whoa. Sorry. It looks like the stream is still freezing quite a bit. Honestly, I'm wondering if it's just my... If I just need to, like, restart the computer. This doesn't make sense. Excuse me. It's not encoding overload. Well, it was at some points, but it doesn't say it's overloading right now. I don't want to use the medbed because it's it doesn't give me the boost, the buff that I want for hydration. My armor store though. Not many choices here. Maybe it's my capture card? I don't know. I don't even know how to, like, determine... There's nothing else running on the whole computer. Doesn't really make sense. My CPU is sitting at a 30% load. My GPU is sitting at a nothing. Memory's 30% used. Like, there's not really any reason why it should be running like this other than just that OBS needs to restart or something. It's unfortunate. Let me just, hold on a second, guys. I want to see if...
It's a treasure.
Alright, I'm going to try and play a video on my streaming PC. And let's see... Oh, nope, that one. Okay, so that doesn't look like it's... So we're not losing frames here, right? It does look a little bit like it's not super smooth for you guys. Yeah, I think it might be an OBS problem. But it's definitely better than this, which is seemingly not working at all. I guess now it's kind of working. I really don't know. So maybe it's my capture card, and that's why going from my gaming PC is looking like this. I guess best way to test. Let me try one more test here.
And that leads us to damage penetration.
So damage penetration is a simplified version of what we'll be getting eventually with a more physical
Yeah, it looks like it's still having problems here.
What it means is that now certain types of weapons can penetrate through the hull of a ship. This is a function of the weapon itself, its penetration values, and also of the armor of the ship, which can be depleted over time.
So if you use ballistics, you have a higher penetration, which allows you to cut through the armor more deeply and touch the components inside the ship directly. As opposed to this, you can also...
It's got to be a capture card problem. But hey, you know, it's always something. That's the best part about it is like, it's something. It's never not something. I can't put my undersuit on. Can I put it on the ground? Oh, shoes. Dumb fucking shoes. Am I using hags? I don't think so. I don't have an NVIDIA card on the other computer. It's an AMD. Just imagine it'd be easy and everyone and there would be no issues and everyone would do it. I mean, streaming itself can still be easy. I would just love for the computers to work. Oh, those shoes were $300. Wait, those shoes were gifted to me. I can't just leave them there. Hags could still be on if is it on by default? It also seems to be a problem with my gaming PC. I'm pretty sure the problem is my capture card, because I'm not experiencing any lag on my own PC, but you guys could not see that much lag on my streaming PC. So it has something to do with the video going from my streaming PC or my gaming PC to my streaming PC. Oh, you're talking about a song? Well, I got my shoes anyways, dang it. Settings. Why is it showing? That was weird. It's showing the Affinity logo for my settings system. Let's see, settings. display. Scroll all the way down. And turn it off. What, graphics settings? Oh, hardware accelerated GPU scheduling? That's what you're talking about? No, I don't have that turned on.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Wait, where do I get the copper and corundum? Like, what even am I doing? Where are we going? I guess I'm gonna... I mean, I'm at Crusader. I could just go to Daymar, right? Daymar has some good stuff. You can cargo loot bounties. I don't have ERTs to do that with. Maybe some salvage. I don't think I have a prospector anymore. They took that back. Could really use a prospector. I guess we have a mole. I think. Maybe we could do something with the mole. You'd have to fly all the way to Aberdeen, I believe. But why not?
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Yeah, I would just have to go to a refinery station to get the prospector. Yeah, the extra storage is great. The one thing that I'm worried about is my laser. Where are you buying tin from? Upd in the chat. We got an Upd in the chat. What's up, boy?
Systems activated. Systems on. Engines on. Quantum fuel.
Man, I have not been in a mole in a while.
Launch complete.
Sorry that you guys can't watch this as an actual smooth video this time. It's really janky today, but I promise if you are new here, or if maybe you haven't seen too many of the streams, yes, we have quite a few technical problems, and I'm hoping we can somehow just find somebody anywhere that can come here and just fix them. But I do try and go for a more cinematic feel when we're playing the game. So if you're looking for that kind of vibe when you're watching gameplay, it only goes up from here. I love how my undersuit glove is coming through my armor glove. It's just lazy construction. This is all there is to supply or die? You can, well, all there is, so I believe the different parts of supply or die are either fighting, like FPS combat to take over a location and get some stuff, attacking spaceships to get some stuff and turn it in, actually mining this stuff to turn it in, cargo hauling this stuff to turn it in, or salvaging to turn it in. Basically, the whole idea is to acquire and control resources of a certain type. You can just pick whichever way you want to do that in either system. Okay. Let us. We are now heading to our local terrible trash ball of a moon, Aberdeen. Aberdeen was named after one of the probably many members of the Hurston family because they're kind of obsessed with themselves. And there's no other more creative way to name a planet or a moon than after yourself, right? So we're gonna fly to one of the lovely Hurstons who was... Oh, what the... It's not gonna tell me how to get there? This moon in particular was tested on and used for chemical weaponry for such a long time that it's just a disgusting place now. Doesn't mean there's no copper, though. Tin is now worth 20,000 AUEC per SCU. Everybody's like, CIG, give us more ways to make money. And CIG is like, okay. Here's every money. Did they just miss some zeros or something? What happened? What happened, CIG? You get that rock slightly bigger than your prospector can handle, and it has that quant. I love that. I love that sentence. Am I seeing positive or negative on the item loss system? It depends on how you look at it. Most people, it seems like, have a positive reaction based on the long-term plans, but short-term, there's a lot of frustration for sure. Okay. Here we are. The hole. Now we start searching. You got something? You can only see negative on it? Do you mean like you only feel negative about it, or you're only seeing people be negative on it? I thought you were asking me what I'm seeing people say. I don't see how it's only negative in terms of the change itself. I mean, I see positives and negatives to this change, but... Don't like the idea of being a big battle, killing 5 players, running out of ammo, and can't pick up a gun, so you have to just die. Yeah, that actually is really crappy. Early planning. Yeah, I'm soloing a mole right now. Oh, gold. Who wants freaking gold? We're here for copper, man. They should just skip tier 0. That's where the negative reaction is coming from. Dude, I agree. Tier 0 is wildly unnecessary, and to be quite honest, if it was before this year, I don't think they would have done it. The tier 0 move for this stuff is exactly what 2025 is about, and that is pleasing the people who are angry that they can't have more fun in the game right now. It is getting the people who have said, I'm not playing this because it doesn't play well, to come back and play. It's not about pushing our features forward or getting closer to Star Citizen 1.0 at the moment. At least that's not the focus. Feel negative about the part taking away player-made gameplay. Feels like you go and find the weapon and armor you like, and then that's kind of it for weapons and armor. Are you talking about just for tier 0? Because that'll go away pretty quickly once T1 is in. I understand that for T0, but the end goal is definitely not for that. Hey, it's copper. All right. Let's get our first rock. You're worried people get attached to 0-0, then be pissed when things move forward. Yeah, that's gonna happen. Tier 0 is just permissions change. I think Tier 0 is probably going to require them to do a lot of back-end work on the tracking system, because now it's going to have to specify what happens to an item, whether it's attached or not, when you respawn.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode off. Mining mode on. Fracturing mode on. Mining mode off.
No, what?
Mining mode on.
How do I change the freaking retrieval mode?
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode off.
Mining toggle.
Mining mode on.
Why am I toggling this and it's not? How do I... What is going on? Thank you so much, Abnormal Monk. Do I think the current change in focus was taken into account when they said they were shooting for player and org bases by the end of the year? No. I don't. For loot goblins, you can't take the armor off, or other players have it until tier 3? No, I think it's tier 1. I think that the second version will allow us to loot that stuff. You can still loot goblin stuff though, like, and I get where you're coming from. It hurts looting, obviously. It hurts looting gameplay. But still being able to get people's inventories is nice. Because since they've increased the size of inventories, now people are carrying a lot more stuff. They're carrying armor, they're carrying weapons. This would have been a lot worse before they changed the inventory sizes, but I do think that if you can't get the equipped stuff, sure, but you can still loot. Just not as great. Ooh, if you're looking for the rail-in during Alien Week this year, I don't know. Hey, look, it's more copper. All of this copper is just like sitting around in rocks too. I don't even have to crack it open. Ready to go. Oh boy. All right, I see what we're gonna do here. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna need proximity to these rocks. So I'm gonna sit like right here. And I think this should allow me to get everything all at once. Let's see. Oh yeah, it might be there for the concept sale. I just don't think it's gonna be in the game. Or not concept sale, but just a sale. Everyone currently runs meta. It's not tough. If you're PvPing currently, getting the meta is not so difficult. It'd be nice if there wasn't a meta. T0 is going to be a bit annoying, but after it will be nice. T0 will be annoying. It's going to be frustrating. If it makes for a more playable game, honestly, if it means more people will be playing in the short term, I like that. But I don't know. I feel like CIG is going to be answering to the people who want things to change so that it plays better for them, but those people might not even play even when CIG fixes those things, you know? It's like when people are complaining about a video game having some certain features or something in it. I don't know, it lets you do something gay, and then you have a bunch of people who are like, this is don't know. Why would you gotta change this? Why would they do this? And then the company goes and makes a change, and those people still don't ever end up playing the game. I don't want to see that happen with Star Citizen. Not with the same things, but with something like this. Like, if they're gonna make this change, there better be an increase in people playing now. Otherwise, what's the point? Well, there will always be a meta, of course. I guess I want CIG to constantly focus on breaking that meta. All right, so that one's cracked. Now, hopefully we can crack some of these others. Then we can get all these rocks at the same time. I might be too far away for this one. Yeah, I'm putting no power into that. Dang it. It says I'm optimal too. It also says impossible to break. hoping them not to pander to the loud minority that may ruin the vision. Yeah. You can't help but wonder if they're trying to be an MMO where there's a sort of progression in gear. That's exactly what they're trying to do. They've been trying to move the progression in this game from the player, or rather from the character, to a combination of the player themselves and their skill and knowledge, and the gear that they have or made. Yeah, I know, doing some solo mining, some space fracking. Yeah, I think doing this just for account-bound items would have made sense too. I don't know why they did it for everything. Probably because of, like I was saying before, this is what players want. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to crack this one. So let's collect the ones that we did. Yes?
Extraction mode on.
100% copper. Let's go. What, am I too far away? Why does your server only have 160 players on it? Dude, I don't know. I joined on Avocado. You don't get why T0 is not just a kind where you can buy your sub-items for UEC. Well, that's what Tier 2 is. So I'm guessing they just don't have that. Like, they just are doing Tier 0 earlier than it's available. Interesting. Oh, shoot. I can fracture it all the way from here. You moved servers? Sounds like you left the good server, man. What are you up to right now, Ava? How long are you going to be on? I'll be on in 15 if you'd like assistance. We're about to actually start the cooking stream in a little bit here, so I won't be too much longer. I don't even care what this is, I'm just going to get it because it's probably useful. The joys of having a whole mole to yourself. Anything else around here? Oh, what are you? I can't. I have to break it from here. Can I break it from here? Let's see. I can break it from here. This is great. I love mining. Mining in the mole is not so bad. You're completely defenseless, but you know. What is the best starting location? I like ArcCorp. It has a lot of stuff you can get, but New Babbage is beautiful. And Lorville is very central to the game and to the star system. I think Lorville is going to be the most in-depth landing zone possibly in the game. Looks like I'm gonna get some decent Hephaestonite from this too. Anybody know where I should be refining my copper? Any good places? Any good spots?
Extraction mode on.
Refining locations haven't had a huge impact unless you're doing a lot. Okay. Still not really playing with that too much, huh? Alright, I think I've grabbed everything. Oh. Some copper in there.
Storage full.
There we go. All right. Let's get this good ore back to the station.
Mining mode on.
You don't know about everyone else, but you have 3 friends that don't want to play because it takes too long to get geared up and into space, so we can actually play the game. Do your friends know, or do you guys know that you can start from the ship? Like, you guys can have everything that you need and store it on a spaceship and then respawn from that spaceship. Well, I guess you can't all respawn from the same spaceship, unfortunately. But you can have all of the stuff on the spaceship so you don't have to gear up at the space station. It's going to be interesting to see how refining works from a player's perspective, considering right now, the only way to refine is to spend hours at a space station.
Shields on. Mining mode on. Shields off. Mining mode on. Mining mode off. Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, bed logging's not 100%, but neither is like equipping your gun, you know? It works somewhat. It's nice when it does work, but yeah, it's not reliable. Ballbound says we were just getting some copper. Mike L5, actually that might not be too far away. Mike L5 should be this side of the system. Let's see. Be probably here. Mike L3. Ah, yeah, we're not too far. Let's head out to Mike L5. I don't think I've ever been to Mike L5, actually. That's way out there.
Systems on. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Done that, but the game crashed and it plowed into the planet. Yeah, it'd be like that. That is fair. At that point, it's like, yeah, just wait until it's better. Basically waiting until the glitches stop causing you to die so much, you know? Why do you avoid Hurston L1? Refining process in mind, I usually do, what's it called? Diametric polytile. Just gonna pick whichever one takes the longest and costs the least. Okay, we're gonna be starting the cooking stream pretty soon, guys, so I'm gonna go ahead and put my shirt back on. Yo, I just saw that Northern Tech Hermit gifted a tier 2 sub to Leaf. Thank you for that, mate. Don't forget, everybody, giveaways going on. Super Hornet Mark II if you want it. Just live in Pyro. Too quick to get into space from ruin. Dude, living in a space station is the way to go. I can't wait until we have habitable asteroid facilities, though. That'll be pretty cool. Imagine having a hab like you have in the cities, but when you turn to look out the window, you're looking at like the side of an asteroid with a shipyard sticking out of it and ships coming into dock. The potential for the amount of different amazing like just locations they can make in this game that are as simple as little outposts or space stations that you stop off to drop a mission off or something. It's just like the pure vibes we can get from this game has always been, I think, what I'm most excited for. Gameplay, obviously, the gameplay is very, very deep, and at least what's been proposed is deep, and I'm excited to see where that goes. But just like the general feeling a game like this can give you is why I'm really here. And I'm excited to see what kind of creativity we get. We already see Castra looking amazing. And if you don't think that they're going to go a little wild, then you haven't looked at their first star system. Their very first star system, which had a gas giant with floating cities, a entire globe covered by buildings, and an alpine forest tech hub. They're like just not the most simple things to build, so I don't think they're gonna shy away from going a little crazy with our future locations too. Need to add blue sky for the giveaway? Is that on there? I don't even know if it's on there. Yeah, Delamar is going to be an amazing place to wake up. What do I think of the newest sneak peek? What is it? I don't even know. When did it come out? It's not on there, okay.
Welcome to the
Let me store the mole. Oh, it's already stored, okay. If you say so. It was shared on the 1st. Hold on, let me look at it. I'm not seeing anything posted on the first here. I might just be missing it though.
Someone from accounts, please contact management. Accounts, contact management. Thank you.
Man, I used to do this so much, guys. When I first started streaming, this was like every day. We would run some mineral runs, we'd come in here, we'd figure out our refining process. I'd get all this stuff. I mean, I might as well take all of this. I don't have any reason to leave it behind. I would figure out the quote on this. We'd find a good time for our money. So let's see, we're getting 40,000 out of that at 19 hours. $4,700 at 25 hours. That's pretty good. I like that. But that's going to be 15,000 credits. 46,000 credits though. 12 hours. Definitely slower. Or faster. 7,000, 4 hours, but we're getting nothing out of that yield. See, this is what I always used to go with, but that's a crazy time. I'm probably going to want to pick this stuff up on Friday. I might not even play this on Friday. To be honest, I think the 77 hour could work. Yeah, I'm down. I don't have a reason. I like. What's the date? It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and maybe not. Okay, what's the other one? Let's see, it's 14,000, 4,000 credits. This is going to be 4,700 at 14,000 credits. 25 hours. I like that. Fair and exchange works for me. Good yield. Doesn't cost much. Not going to take too much time. I'll come and pick that up on Friday. Yeah, fair and exchange is nice. I'm in Stanton right now. So overall, with that being the refining process and like actually having some interest in figuring out what you want to refine and how you want to refine it, if they make the materials refine differently based on their quality, and then that's what defines whether or not you want to use a certain process, I think this could be an incredibly interesting game loop. And all they'd have to do on top of that is throw in the ability for players to do the refining in their own ships, in their own locations, at their own bases, wherever it might be. And I think mining could be easily the most developed and deepest part of this game. And then you throw in like engineering and stuff. You're just having some fun. Don't think refining, you hope refining doesn't have a lot of time gates? I don't think it will. I think refining's going to be a very shortened process version of what they do here. It's something that's going to have to fit on a spaceship and not take so long that you're in danger while doing it. So I think it'll be a couple minutes kind of process. I can't wait though. I can't freaking wait. Okay, I will be right back, folks. I'm going to check on the cooking stream and see how close we are to getting going. All right, y'all. Just figuring out a couple more connection things and stuff. You know how it is. You like mining in Star Citizen, but ED's core mining system is so fun. Yeah, Star Citizen could really use something like that. Elite Dangerous has some amazing mining systems, and I'm excited to get to try them out. I was gonna play Elite Dangerous today, but then that information came out. Well, I guess there was some information I wanted to go over, and by the time we finished that, there was more. So maybe we'll do Elite Dangerous on Friday, and I'll have that be like my official start. And then we will try to get into the mining for that. Mining was made pretty interesting in 3.18. It did get picked up around there, yeah. The resource scattering helped a lot. Loved the Perseus video. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks, Red Rabbit. Hope you're having a good day. Are you a prospective owner of the Perseus? Are you looking to buy one? Just think it's a cool ship. Avocado, we're doing börek today, dude. We're doing a delicious Turkish dinner pastry. We will be rolling it by hand and cooking it from scratch. Well, I mean, we're not going to raise the chickens or anything, but cooking it from the basic ingredients here in a little bit. For the cooking show, if you'd like to have it open, it's not up yet. Should be soon. But if you'd like to have it open, I just dropped that link in the YouTube chat. And give me one more second. I'm going to make sure our internet's connected correctly here. Okay. Interesting. I guess by disconnecting the Ethernet cable here, it disconnected everything. Even though I still have Wi-Fi. That's so strange to me. Okay, well, it kicked me out. Luckily, I'm on 2 different PCs, so at least the stream is still up. Is there a secret code? I believe there is. Anybody else got that secret code? Okay, and I can't see. Man, I freaking hate Windows so much. I can't see my taskbar at the bottom. There we go. No, it's saying I have no internet. So weird. Okay, now I'm back in. Sorry, I think Mrs. Tomato is trying to tell me something. Wow, this is an incredibly large amount of effort. Just let me in the game. Running both Ethernet and Wi-Fi at the same time? Well, yeah, so it has a Wi-Fi antenna, and I disconnected the Ethernet so that it could just show me, so that I could use it on another computer because we still don't have our Ethernet switch because moving is hard. But because I did it in the middle of the computer running, it seems to be having a really difficult time finding the Wi-Fi now. But it seems our whole, like everything in our house is, yeah, see, so Wi-Fi is working. Maybe you just have to start the whole thing over again. No? Yeah, this is wild. It's just, the internet's just like, not, are you guys still there? Weird seeing me on the other channel, but hearing me here? What do you mean? Did I mess up our router somehow? It's not, it won't connect. I think I somehow disconnecting the Ethernet just completely bricked the computer. Sorry guys, I think I might have to restart the router. Hold on, I'm sorry. All right, folks. Yeah, everything is just not working. I think because of maybe I don't know how disconnecting the Ethernet could have done all of this. But I guess I've just broken the router somehow. I don't understand this, man. Oh, computers. Okay. I'm gonna have to disconnect our router, folks. So YouTube, I'm gonna give you guys the link to Twitch and everything else so that you can switch over if you'd like to, and we'll be starting the cooking stream as soon as we can. As for Twitch, if you guys stay right there, we will be back in the next couple of minutes.